price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, you know, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
Now, Rahul Gandhi is on a tour of the United States of America. While speaking in San Francisco, Rahul launched a virulent attack on the BJP government, claiming that since he was facing difficulties to act politically, hence he started the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, Rahul Gandhi said that the government tried its best to stop the yatra, but failed miserably in doing so. He also claimed that the minority groups in India are living under constant threat. He further compared the situation of Muslims in India with that of Dalits in Uttar Pradesh, specifically calling the Tamil more than just a language. Rahul said that he won't allow regional languages to be threatened.
India has never rejected any idea. Everybody who has come to India has been received with open arms, and their ideas have been absorbed in India. And that is the India that we like. India that respects the rest of the world, India that is humble, India that listens, India that is affectionate. And that is the India that you represent. You would not be here if you did not agree with these values. You would, if you believed in anger, hatred, arrogance, you'd be sitting in a BJP meeting. Right? And I would be doing Man Ki Baat. One has to be very, very careful when one changes the representative structure of a country. So I'd be quite interested in understanding exactly how they've come up with the number 800 and what are the criteria that they're using. These things should not be done flippantly. India is a conversation. India is a negotiation between its languages, between its people, between its histories and cultures, and that negotiation has to be fair.
My colleague Rahul Gautam is now joining me live on this. Rahul Gandhi over there in San Francisco said that the Prime Minister's inauguration of the Parliament building or the whole ceremony around the scepter or the sengol was just a distraction to, in fact, not discuss the real issues that are unemployment, inflation and other such issues. Clearly, this is going to spark quite the controversy back here in India.
Absolutely, Pauline. It seems that Rahul Gandhi is again, attacking the government on the same lines that we have seen when he had gone to UK just 2 months back. And again, Rahul Gandhi is saying that the BJP has used the auspicious inauguration ceremony of the new parliament as a mere distraction or a diverting tactic to divert attention from the real issues like inflation, unemployment and rising atrocities on Muslims and Dalits. So it seems that Rahul Gandhi is only upping the ante against the central government, and it seems that this is going to set a stage here in India, given the fact that BJP has already started tweeting and attacking Rahul Gandhi, saying that he is again resorting to mudslinging and defaming the country, that too on a foreign soil. Now, Rahul Gandhi not just said about Spectre and the inauguration of new building. In fact, he also spoke that how minorities, they are living in constant fear, and how the government is attacking the democratic institutions. In fact, the same line that he had taken earlier also, that how democracy is being undermined under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He took some jibes at PM Modi and BJP leaders, saying that there are some leaders who consider them superior and they believe that they know everything. And this is the part of the problem, that a few people are running this country with this superior belief that they know everything and they're going to do everything thing right. So obviously it seems that Rahul Gandhi has set the stage or set the line for his USA tour. It seems that he's not going to relent, and it seems that he's going to continue attacking the government on the lines that we have seen just a couple of months back when he was in the UK. The Congress party is saying that Rahul Gandhi is only voicing concerns of millions of people who are living here, and he is only explaining the plight of the people here, and he is not defaming the country per se at foreign soil.
But that is going to be the argument of the centre and the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rahul, isn't it? That Rahul Gandhi chooses to use these external platforms, these foreign platforms, in order to defame India. That's going to be the argument, that every time he goes abroad and speaks at these international fora, he tends to attack the central government, he tends to attack the country, is what they say. But of course, the Congress will say, no, it's about the central government and Narendra Modi and not the country.
But there are already tweets coming in from BJP leaders who are attacking Rahul Gandhi and Congress party, saying that that Congress party has become a habitual offender when it comes to defaming country. In fact, they are saying that, in fact, they're citing and quoting Rahul Gandhi's earlier speeches that were made on foreign soil, particularly in UK, saying that Rahul Gandhi is again resorting to defaming the country. However, Congress party has made it very clear that Rahul Gandhi is not defaming the country. In fact, he's only voicing the concerns, the grievances of millions of people, and he is only stating the ground realities that are prevailing in the country. For example, when Rahul Gandhi speaks about how judiciary, about the various institutions are being undermined, Congress leaders are giving, examples on their Twitter handles, saying that how this can be similar to defaming the country. It is not. So obviously the Congress party is putting their own arguments that Rahul Gandhi is not defaming the country, is only trying to connect with the Indian diaspora by telling them the ground realities or the plight of the people here in our country. But on the other hand, the BJP is saying that one man who's being lauded as boss, or who's hailed by top global leaders, is being ridiculed by Rahul Gandhi, which clearly shows his petty mindset. So it seems that Rahul Gandhi's interaction there in USA, they're certainly going to set a confrontation between BJP and Congress here in India.
Exactly, because it's going to, the centre and the BJP, Rahul, will be juxtaposing, for instance, what the Australian Prime Minister said about Prime Minister Modi at that major diaspora event that took place in Sydney. He said Modi is the boss. So the BJP is going to use that and say that this is what global leaders, in fact, of those of powerful countries, seem to think about Prime Minister Modi, and this is the kind of positioning India has done for itself in the global world order. And here is Rahul Gandhi saying all's not well in the country.
Well, it's the same argument that BJP leaders are putting forward, that Narendra Modi is regarded as one of the statesmen, as one of the top global leaders. In fact, recently, while he was interacting with top global leaders, he was hailed during his recent foreign trip. He was hailed as boss. In fact, he's the one who is looked up to as far as a global platforms are concerned, and ridiculing him or taking.
For a moment, because news coming in, and this is something we were just discussing. This is Rahul Gandhi mocking Prime Minister Modi for bowing down to the sengol. Rahul says Modi bows down to the sengol to deceive. He asserts, "I don't lie down like Modi. Aren't you happy? I don't bow." That is what Rahul Gandhi has said. Now this, Rahul, is going to turn out into one of the bigger flashpoints, because again, the BJP will say that this is Rahul Gandhi going on foreign soil and insulting what is Indian tradition, what is Hindu tradition of the Prime Minister, lying down and paying his obeisance before the sengol, the holy scepter, and Rahul Gandhi seems to be mocking that gesture.
I think the Parliament House, these are distractions. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
So that is what Rahul Gandhi said. Rahul, my colleague, is joining us live. Rahul, as I was asking you earlier, this is going to turn out to be a major flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress, because they're going to go back and say that this is exactly what we've been saying, that the Congress is not respectful of Indian traditions, of Hindu traditions. The Prime Minister paying his obeisance to the holy scepter is now being mocked by Rahul Gandhi.
But we all have seen, those visuals when Prime Minister was prostrating before Sengol, and which clearly established the fact that how Sengol holds special place for Narendra Modi. In fact, he was the one who presided over the ceremony of placing Sengol inside Lok Sabha chamber. So it clearly means that, it holds special place for the central government, and particularly for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And by bringing that particular Sengol, it seems that the BJP will certainly be going heaven and tongues on Congress party. They have been saying that how Congress party has been showing their true colors of being an anti-Hindu or anti-India party by boycotting this auspicious ceremony of inauguration of parliament, and also they were ridiculing this important part or important piece of tradition that was Sengol. So it clearly means that you can expect that the BJP leaders would again be linking Rahul Gandhi's speech with the South India's pride or with the traditions of Indus Valley civilization. And it seems that, I was telling you earlier also, it seems that this is certainly going to be a fiery 5 days US tour, given the fact that Rahul Gandhi has a series of meetings lined up before him, wherein he'll be meeting former diplomats, entrepreneurs, Indian diaspora. So it seems that the BJP would be having many more opportunities, wherein they would be using those opportunities to attack Congress party and Rahul Gandhi. However, Congress party, was telling you earlier also, has made it very clear that Rahul Gandhi is not defaming the country. He's only voicing the concerns, the grievances of the people who are living there, and in fact he's only narrating the plight of the people to the Indian diaspora, so that they could also come and help in rebuilding the India.
Okay, Rahul, stay on with us. Let's listen in one more time to what Rahul Gandhi said in San Francisco.
I think the Parliament House, these are distractions. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
Kavinder Gupta, former Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Jammu and Kashmir earlier, is joining us on the phone line right now. Kavinder ji, Rahul Gandhi का कहना है कि जिस तरह से ये पूरे पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग का इनॉग्रेशन हुआ, सेंगोल के सामने प्रधानमंत्री झुके, ये सब एक बहाना है. जो मुद्दे आखिरकार इम्पोर्टेंट है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, इन्फ्लेशन वगैरह, इन सब से ध्यान भटकाने का तरीका है ये सारा कुछ.
देखिए, हम आजाद हिंदुस्तान में रहते हैं और भारतीय परंपरा के हिसाब से सब कुछ होगा. नंबर एक, राहुल गांधी को ये समझ होनी चाहिए कि हम कश्मीर का मुद्दा तुम्हारे नाना परनाना की जगह यूएनओ में नहीं लेके गए थे. इन लोगों ने देश की बर्बादी का कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. इन्होंने मुस्लिम्स के फेवर में कानून बनाए, हिंदुओं को हर जगह लताड़ा. कभी हज के लिए वो सब्सिडी देते हैं तो जो हिंदुओं का जो है वो माफ करते हैं. तो ये टूल किट का एक हिस्सा है जो आज सन फ्रांसिस्को में जाकर के राहुल गांधी बोल रहे हैं. और राहुल गांधी का 1 पॉइंट प्रोग्राम है कि बाहर के देशों में जाकर के जितना प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे बाहर के देशों में अपनी एक इज्जत बढ़ी है, शान बढ़ी है, वो वहां पर उसकी बर्बादी का लेकर के किन हाथों में खेल रहे हैं, किन विदेशी ताकतों के हाथों में खेल रहे हैं, ये सोचना होगा. भारत इनको कभी माफ नहीं करने वाला. इनके खानदान की गलतियां, जो परिवारवाद की गलतियां हैं, उसको आज भी देश भुगत रहा है. तो मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी अब ये कहना चाहिए कि उनको एक साइको आदमी है और उनके कहीं ना कहीं दिमाग के प्रशिक्षण की जरूरत है, ताकि वो जो इनको किसी मनोवैज्ञानिक को दिखाना चाहिए, तभी ये चीजें मुझे लगता है ठीक रहेगी. ये
जी कविंदर जी, नरेंद्र मोदी पर भी राहुल गांधी ने सीधी तौर से अटैक किया है। उनका कहना है कि कुछ लोग होते हैं जो समझते हैं कि उन्हें सब पता है और नरेंद्र मोदी इस तरह के एक नमूने हैं। ये शब्द राहुल गांधी ने इस्तेमाल किया है। उनको लगता है कि वो साइंटिस्ट को साइंस समझा सकते हैं, आर्मी को वॉरफेयर समझा सकते हैं, भगवान तक को समझा सकते हैं, सब कुछ।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी का जहां तक है, उसको कोई भी हिंदुस्तान में तो सीरियसली लेता नहीं। बाहर जाकर के एक प्रयास करते हैं। जो आज आपको ये सब पता है कि ये जाहिर हो चुका है कि टूल किट जारी है, 2024 का इलेक्शन आने वाला है, प्रधानमंत्री जी की बढ़ती हुई, क्या वो सभी देश बेवकूफ हैं जो जाकर के प्रधानमंत्री को एक वर्ल्ड लेवल का नेता बनाने के हक में है? ये लोग थे जब फ्रांस, कनाडा और यूएसए इनको बड़ी ताकतें कहते थे। हमारे देश को डेवलपिंग कंट्री कहा जाता था। आज हमारा देश डेवलप्ड कंट्री है, इनको बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा। इन्होंने गरीबी के सर पर और दूसरी जातिवाद के सर पर राजनीति की है और मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण का जो इनका एक 1 पॉइंट मुद्दा है, वो उसको ही वहां पर उसको भुनाने गए हैं, लेकिन इनका कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ बात करना, कहाँ राजा भोज, कहाँ गंगू तेली, मुझे तो यही शब्द याद आते हैं इनके लिए। इनको देखना चाहिए कि किस व्यक्ति के बारे में जिसको विश्व स्वीकार कर रहा है। तो
जी कविंदर जी, शुक्रिया इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए। नलिन कोहली, बीजेपी नेशनल स्पोक्सपर्सन, is over the phone line with us. Nalin, Rahul Gandhi in San Francisco says that the entire ceremony around the sengol, the Prime Minister genuflecting before the sengol, all of that, the inauguration of the new Parliament building is all basically a way of distracting away from the real issues of unemployment, price rise. These are the issues that should be discussed. All of this is drama.
Well, I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi has used only one word. If he has used the word drama, that word is correct, but it applies really to his statements. Because Mr. Rahul Gandhi follows a complete theatrical exercise which has a pattern. And that pattern is he will go abroad and he will raise a set of attacks on India, on the Prime Minister, on the institutions of India. And then, from time to time, he will seek foreign indulgence, foreign interference. And this is a pattern consistency. It perhaps is born by the fact that Mr. Rahul Gandhi likes to travel abroad, which perhaps for several decades he has done several times a year. So he probably feels more comfortable in that environment to run down the country and get a few pats on his back. This pattern cannot be denied. He did it in England when he went there, and he said, what are Europe and America doing about it? When there was a national uproar on it, he the next day said, I never said so, and he modified his statement. Then the Congress party, which is always out there to defend on Rahul Gandhi ji, because they have no choice. After all, he's their supreme leader. He's from the Nehru Gandhi family. They are a family-based party. So after that, they all went at great pains to say, see the second statement as if the first didn't exist. Now he's gone ahead and said that the real issues are price rise, unemployment. If these are the real issues, he has every opportunity to raise it in an election. The national elections are next year. Those elections will be fought in India, not in San Francisco or London or anywhere else. The voters also are in India. They are not exactly outside the borders of India, in Pakistan or San Francisco or England or anywhere else. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi can take that script, what he believes that is there, to the people.
Right.
This is a democracy, and a strong democracy, a functioning democracy, which has just elected the Congress government in Karnataka. Also elected the Himachal government of the Congress, which means clearly the Congress is participating in democracy, and some places the voters give them the opportunity to govern. So therefore, Rahul Gandhi's entire thing perhaps is a drama for him to remain center stage, and the only way he can do that is running down the parliament, running down the sengol, running down other things. If the sengol was not important, then why did Jawaharlal Nehru ji accept it? And why was it then relegated to Anand Bhavan?
Right.
So Congress would do well to explain that to begin with.
Right. Mr. Kohli, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, government's counter to the restless protests asks why 7-year delay in filing complaint against Brij Bhushan.
summer has arrived earlier than expected. But are you prepared to handle your skin and hair with utmost care that it demands during this season? Clearly, care in summers for skin and hair is very different from care in winters. The transition period is most important to begin with.
You have to change sometimes your skin routine maybe within 2-3 days. So what you do is don't over moisturize your skin. Sometimes over moisturization with the creamy and thick layer can actually give you a lot of acne. And your sunscreen needs also to be changed, because you don't need to wear a sunscreen which is very thick now, because too thick a sunscreen can also cause several damage to your skin. So use a sunscreen which is right for your skin type. Now many of you can have a dry skin or oily skin or mixed type of skin. So choose a sunscreen right, research about your skin and go to a dermatologist.
First, let's talk about the mistakes that people tend to make. We often neglect our hair. Since we can't apply sunscreen to our hair, it's essential to cover the hair as much as possible to prevent direct contact with the scalp and keep harmful UV rays away. Relaxing in a pool during the scorching heat definitely sounds too tempting to resist. But don't overdo your pool time, as the chlorine water in the pool can damage your hair and skin.
See, all these reports in the public, I would probably label them as speculation, right? If and when we file a DRHP or have a plan, right, firstly, we'll share it with the regulatory authorities and obviously the media, and then all our stakeholders.
So as of now, there are no IPO plans. You're not confirming, not denying.
Yeah, I don't think these are things that we can even discuss on the public, because the right process there is, even if you have, if you come there and if you have a plan, it's first regulatory, right? Then comes the public discussions.
You know, Bhavish also tweeted regarding that cell gigafactory manufacturing of lithium-ion cells, company now focusing towards small commercial vehicles. Give us a outline of the whole development there.
See, the part of the cell gigafactory that is public is the fact that we have won a 20 gigawatt hour PLI ACC scheme, right? So that part is absolutely public, and it is our responsibility to keep updating the government from time to time on the progress. In fact, we have fortnightly meetings with the government to update them on the progress, because this is in the government's words, this is a very important project for the country, because it's a high-tech cell manufacturing area globally. And, India has all the ingredients to break the monopoly that China has today. 90% of cell manufacture in the world is in China, right? But China does not have any lithium, right? It is just the intelligent capex and technology that they've invested in. And India wants to become a global hub of cell manufacture, just like the other 13 or 14 sectors, high-tech sectors where government has announced PLIs. So the government is picking and choosing which area to play in and create an impact at the world stage. So our cell factory has started, and we are on track with the timelines that we're committed to the government of India. And hence we have sort of reported the progress also, both in the private and the public domain. As you saw, we are done with our foundations. We will come live sometime in November. We have committed to the government that the first gigawatt hour will be commissioned before the end of this calendar year. If you look at the discoveries of lithium that are happening, by the way, lithium is in plenty in the world, actually. It's not a scarce mineral. It is just that we have not explored it enough, simply because there were no EV vehicles earlier. So if you look at India itself, two great discoveries have been announced in Rajasthan and Jammu Kashmir. And we believe the state governments will come into a public tendering process soon. And obviously, any EV company that is setting up a gigafactory will be interested in the tendering process.
As Ganga Dharna by our sporting heroes was called off, a stunning revelation by government sources in the justice for Dangal. Here are the 10 counter strikes to wrestlers by top government sources, which has been accessed by India Today.
Flowing tears, a volatile crowd, and a wave of anger. Armed with their pride and joy, they threatened to fling their medals into River Ganga. But when there was no reaction from the government, it was farmer leader Naresh Tiketh who had to step in to stop the champs, convincing them to issue a 5-day ultimatum to the government. On the face of it, the government says it's following all due process in the case, despite no arrest of the WFI chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, even though he has stepped aside from daily workings of the federation. But a quiet counter-strike to rebut the wrestlers on facts could be afoot. For starters, top government sources insist that the most glaring hole in the allegations is that the wrestlers did not register a complaint earlier, even though the alleged incidents took place 7 years ago. Sources then point out that as soon as the champs started their protest in January this year, 2 days of extensive discussions were held between sports ministry officials to understand the issue. An oversight committee was formed with members suggested by the wrestlers added to the committee. Sources then point out that the oversight committee heard every complainant and everything that was deposed was video recorded, with all material collected then handed over to the Delhi police for further investigation, including Brij Bhushan's own deposition. Since then, the Delhi police has registered 2 cases against Brij Bhushan Sharan, with due process since being followed. Sources point out that the government is viewing the situation as the wrestlers being emboldened by an amenable administration and pushing for more demands. The same sources point out that the wrestlers were allowed to protest in a prohibited area for 38 days with all amenities, even after an FIR was filed. No action was taken during their candlelight march either. The first action by the police, the sources point out, took place when the wrestlers deliberately tried to breach security at the new parliament on Sunday, an area that was under section 144, a wanton breaking of the law. While each aspect of the protest appears to be stage managed by someone familiar with virality and emotional effect, the view within the government is a firm one, that the wrestlers may have won laurels for the nation, but must follow the law like all other citizens. No one is above the law. For instance, Olympic wrestler Sushil Kumar is in prison for murder. His feats and the national pride he instilled could not save him from the law. Finally, government insiders point out that the threat to throw medals into the Ganga is an act of extreme insensitivity, entitlement and arrogance, since the medals don't belong to the athletes alone, but also their support staff, coaches, trainers and multiple others, not to mention the fact that much of their training has been at taxpayers' expense. With the 5-day countdown ticking, will there be a break in this impasse, or will things escalate more towards a fast unto death at Delhi's India Gate? Bureau Report, India Today.
My colleague Nitin Srivastav is now joining me live from Delhi on this. Nitin, what are the wrestlers thinking right now? So for the next 5 days, are they going to just sit tight and quiet, waiting for the government to probably get in touch with them or act further as far as this investigation goes? How are they likely to proceed further?
Well, Paulomi, wrestlers as of now are back from Haridwar and they have gone to their destinations in Haryana. The most important thing that what exactly they are planning now, because they have already said that after emerging our medals, we will be back in Delhi and will be sitting onto that fast at India Gate. But as of now, there is no confirmation that are they coming here and what exactly they are planning. But my sources are telling me that because they have given a 5 days ultimatum to the government, so that is why no action will be taken from the wrestlers and they will wait and watch that what exactly government is going to do, because they are expecting a message or a messenger from the government to have a dialogue with the wrestlers and to sort out the ongoing tussle between the wrestlers and Brij Bhushan Saran Singh. Remember, Brij Bhushan Saran Singh is clearly saying that he has done nothing wrong, and that is why all the wrestlers are whatever they are saying is wrong. And he had also mentioned that if required, I am ready for the narco test. And on the same time, wrestlers have also said that we are also ready for the narco test. But what is the way forward? How it is going to be end? Because remember, it is almost 38 days when wrestlers came back at Jantar Mantar, started their agitation demanding Brij Bhushan Saran Singh arrested, should be behind bars. But as of now, there is no confirmation that how exactly they are going to take this forward, this agitation forward. Paulomi.
Okay, Nitin, thank you so much for joining us. Nitin, they're tracking all those developments on the front of the wrestlers who, of course, have now given a 5-day ultimatum to the government. My colleague Pooja Shali brings you a detailed point-by-point explainer on what are the major counter-strikes which have been launched by the government against the protesting wrestlers. Listen in.
So with all the criticism, the government has also been forced to respond. Here's what the government sources are saying. 10 counter-strike measures at the wrestlers' protest. Number 1. They have said that there was an asking why was no complaint registered for 7 years. That after 7 years, suddenly these senior wrestlers and the protest starts to break out and allegations against Brij Bhushan Saran Singh. This is what the government sources are saying. But number 2, that with the allegations and complaints that did come up, there was an oversight panel as desired by the wrestlers was set up. So a due process was followed, the government says, with regard to the wrestlers' protest, and that process has been followed even now. Brij Bhushan Saran Singh also stepped aside from the daily working affairs as the federation chief, and that also was acknowledged. But the wrestlers are not convinced. They want his arrest right away to end the protest. The government sources say that 2 cases were registered against Brij Bhushan Saran Singh as the federation chief, and as was asked by the wrestlers with regard to the serious allegations of mental, physical and also, as they later said, sexual harassment cases. Now the government is claiming that the April protest was even in a prohibited area. Largely the protest was at Jantar Mantar, but they are saying that there were a part of it that was also in prohibited areas at time. The police action that happened on 28th May on the Naya Sansad inauguration day was for breaching security, that they jumped the barricades of the area where they were protesting and then went to protest in areas which was not allowed. That was in the Vijay Chowk area, just outside the parliament. It's a VVIP zone. According to the government, law is taking its own course. There is a time-bound period to which the wrestlers need to wait. But while all of this is happening, there are, according to our sources, there are sports ministry officials who are in touch, in coordination with the wrestlers. But all of this was about the high drama, remember, that followed about immersing medals in the Ganga River. According to the government, these medals are as much for the sports persons, but as much of the country as well, in the name of which they have earned these medals and, of course, the training that they were given as well. According to them, because there was taxpayers' money used for coaching, training of these wrestlers, how can they suddenly decide to go against the medals, want to immerse it? It belongs to the country as well. And finally, with all of this, remember, it is a bridge that is not yet formed with the wrestlers, and that's why the wrestlers say their protest will continue.
High drama on the ghats of the river Ganga in Haridwar as our sporting heroes brace themselves to immerse their hard-earned medals into the river on, in fact, Tuesday evening. However, wrestlers later backtracked. They have now issued a 5-day ultimatum to arrest BJP MP and WFI chief Brij Bhushan Saran Singh. Here's our report.
are sporting heroes who brought glory to the nation, sat by the ghats of Ganga in Haridwar, holding on to the medals that they won over the years through sheer hard work and discipline. As they geared up to immerse their hard-earned medals into River Ganga, farmer union leaders stepped in. They convinced the wrestlers against throwing away their medals and took them.
उन्हें पूरा आश्वासन है उनका सर हम झुकने नहीं देंगे और जहाँ तक भी लड़ाई होगी चाहे भारत माता की सबकी जिम्मेदारी है इस देश को बचाने की सबकी जिम्मेदारी है.
The wrestlers have now given a 5-day ultimatum: arrest BJP MP and Wrestling Federation Chief Brij Bhushan Singh or they will be back in Haridwar. The wrestlers had earlier announced a fast unto death at the India Gate. But Delhi police sources tell India Today the athletes will not be allowed to protest at the iconic monument. All the while, BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, the man accused of sexual harassment, including of minors, roams free. He has 2 FIRs against him, including one under the stringent POCSO Act. So far, he has remained defiant, even claiming that he will force the government to amend the law.
आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से इस कानून का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है. ये महिलाओं के संरक्षण के लिए बनाया गया था, बच्चियों के सुरक्षा के लिए बनाया गया था, लेकिन इससे सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान आज हमारी बच्चियों का हो रहा है.
It has been over a month now since the wrestlers hit the streets. Will the government step in and put an end to their misery? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, even as the protesting wrestlers intensify their agitation against the Wrestling Federation Chief Brij Bhushan, he remains defiant. Speaking to India Today, he hit out at the wrestlers. Listen in.
उन्हीं के निवेदन पर ओवरसाइट कमेटी बनी, आईओ की कमेटी बनी, उन्हीं के निवेदन पर एफआईआर हुआ है, जांच चल रही है. अब उसमें हम उनकी क्या मदद कर सकते हैं. अब आज मेडल फेंकने गई थी, मेडल मतलब डालने के लिए गई थी, फिर गंगा जी में, अब गंगा जी के बजाय टिकैत को दे दी, तो ये उनका स्टैंड, हम क्या कर सकते हैं.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan in an exclusive conversation with US Ambassador Eric Garcetti. Details on the other side.
Like your off-screen chemistry is very cool.
Really?
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, you're the first one to say this actually. Yeah,
Okay.
this is a facade.
Yeah. And on screen, I believe you both are playing companions, partners.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is it?
Maybe.
History says so.
उसके लिए
Not me.
देखना मत भूलिएगा. ताज season 2. Two.
If you, by any chance, would like to describe Mehrunisa as Salim and the other way around, how would that be like?
If I had to describe Mehrunisa
Yeah, as Salim.
as Salim.
Yeah.
I have to change my wig. Oh, Mehrunisa as Salim.
Like how?
मतलब
Yeah. How does Salim
इनकी
feel
अदाओं
about?
पे कहीं फिदा हैं, लेकिन मोहब्बत तो इन्होंने की है हमसे. तो इसका मतलब हम स्पेशल हैं.
Right. And
हाँ, राइट क्या? तेरी बारी है.
Yo.
चाहे सलीम अनारकली से कितना भी प्यार कर ले, लेकिन
तख्त पर बिठाने का जो जिम्मा है वो तो हमने लिया है.
She's winning, I'm telling you.
I mean, Meher ने लिया है. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to season 1 and the amount of love you guys have been receiving. How does it feel? Like, did you anticipated this? Is it overwhelming? How does it feel?
You have to ask him because I'm yet to get the love.
It's good. It's good. I'm very happy about it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Happy?
Very happy. मतलब अब जितना प्यार मिले उतना कम है यार. मैं तो भूखा हूँ. जहाँ से भी ब्लेसिंग्स आ रहे हैं बस हाथ खोल के खड़ा हो जाता हूँ. दे दो.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's America visit, US Ambassador to India Eric Garcetti has spoken to India today. In an exclusive conversation with our Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan, the US Ambassador spoke about the strategic and diplomatic ties between India and the United States of America. Listen in.
This is an India Today. This is an India Today exclusive. I'm being joined by the US Ambassador to India, Ambassador Eric Garcetti. Welcome to India. Welcome again, because you've been here many times before.
Yes.
You come at a very opportune time. This is going to be at a time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will set off for the United States of America for his first state visit. What's the flavor of the visit?
Well, I think more than anything, the visit will reflect the warmth between our people. Not just between Prime Minister Modi and, of course, President Biden, who see each other all the time, are good friends. We're just in Japan together, now Washington. We'll be here in Delhi later at the end of the summer. But I think it's the warmth of the people. It's the natural ties that we have that have really developed over a couple decades now, drawing our people closer together and now our governments closer together on everything from defense and a strategic partnership to our economy, to our people, and our work to protect this planet.
It's a natural course. You say, it's all about the people, but it's not been a very easy relationship in some quarters when it comes to defense cooperation, technology transfer, but we're seeing a lot of that. Among the deliverables, we're seeing the GE 414 jet engine that would be a part of the deliverable in terms of cooperation as also technology transfer. Do you see the Congress back Biden administration on this front?
Absolutely. In a country where oftentimes we're too divided in the United States on too many small things, this big thing unites us. Republican, Democrat, the House, the Senate, and the President are united about India being a close and closer friend, that this is a relationship between people, not just between states. And it actually hasn't been difficult. I've been here just 2 months, but I've watched from decades ago where there was really no close relationship between our governments to now, where my honest answer is we're leaning in more closely with technology, more closely with weapon systems, more closely with training and exercises than sometimes our longtime allies. So it really is that we see an Indo-Pacific future together. We understand we have the same values as two democracies, and we also want to have the same interests of making sure everything from supply chains to the open commerce of the seas is secured by these two powerhouses on both sides of the Indo-Pacific.
We've seen a lot of trouble on the domestic front in the United States of America when it comes to really getting people together from both parties, both quarters. Do you see that percolate into foreign policy at all, particularly to do with India?
Right.
We've seen the debt ceiling crisis, we've seen your own confirmation, and now foreign policy?
Democracy is hard. Democracy is hard in any country, but it's much better than the alternative. And I think India, as the largest democracy, the United States is the oldest and second largest democracy, share from a place of humility, knowing these things are difficult, an ability to speak, talk these things out, settle differences, and move forward. We can sometimes seem divided in the United States, but we just have an announced accord on the debt ceiling. The last 2 years, we've had the most productive legislative sessions in my life on everything from CHIPS Act to allow us to be competitive and make sure that future technologies are secured by democratic countries, to the largest investment in climate change, combating with the IRA, which was our ability to be able to go in and to invest in future fuels, reduce the suffering that people have today from climate change. So I'm quite optimistic, not just about our ability to get things done in America, but this relationship unites Americans. I think all Americans know that India and Indians are close to us as a people and a country, and that, you know, the strength, the mind, the hearts of these two countries together will be an unstoppable force for good, for peace, for prosperity, for our planet and for our people.
Let's talk about a few concerns, two concerns primarily, beginning with China.
Yep.
A concern for the United States of America, but more so for India today, given the border situation and the fact that China remains indispensable in the global supply chain. Having said that, India has its own concerns when it comes to Bangladesh. Visa restrictions by US for Bangladesh could be a concern for India, because if Sheikh Hasina is toppled, we will have a government that's very close to Pakistan. Extremists will start propping up again in the northeast. That's a concern for India. Will that be taken into account when the two have the conversations on Bangladesh and the visa restrictions?
I think America is not concerned just about having great relationships with India, but that India feels safe and secure in the region and globally. The Indo-Pacific really is about the way that we're tied together, that it isn't just two nations. Take the Quad, for instance, having Australia and Japan involved in these conversations. It's not about finding a common enemy. It's about finding a common purpose, a way forward, the ways to make sure that everything from our defense production and exercises to our supply chains are never overly dependent on any one place. We would love to welcome China into a more peaceful stance, better relations, as I'm sure India would. But in the meantime, where we come together is understanding that the US-India relationship should never depend on any third party. We're not united by opposition, we're united by friendship. Whether it's in Bangladesh, whether it's China, those interests in the Indian Ocean and seeing India's leadership, sometimes we will lead in the front, sometimes side by side. And we've also said to our Indian counterparts, where you lead in front, we also are ready to follow. And that's an important change. In the past, sometimes one country would talk down to another, only look at these things strategically. There's a deepening of our relationship that really is about both that friendship and an understanding of respecting each other as well.
The other concern, Ambassador Garcetti, if I may, is with regards the statements you made on human rights situation, US State Department report. I know you've been saying that there are lessons to learn from it all for the United States of America as much as it is for India. But do you stand by your own report? India has rejected it. India says that it is biased and motivated. But do you stand by it, and is that something that will be a part of your conversations from here on when you meet your counterparts?
Of course. We will continue to engage as friends. And democracies are tough. We come from a place of humility, where I see, as a mayor of a big city for 10 years, we have hate crimes, we have religious hatred that happens. It's not whether these things happen, it's how we react to them, and how we can, both as democracies, have mature discussions that lessen the suffering that people have and promote a sense, not just in our countries, but in the world, of everybody belonging. When people don't belong, oftentimes we see violence. When people have a sense of belonging and a sense of participation, that can reduce violence. So this independent report comes out each year, points out not just some of the things that have gone wrong, but also the good reactions to bad things. And those are learning lessons for us as a nation, for India, for any other nation moving forward.
So you do stand by it?
It's an independent commission, it's not my report. And it just lists facts of things that happen. And we'll continue to engage on those, but engage as friends.
On that note, thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. Indeed,
great to be with you. Thank you.
Slipping into a short break. Coming up next, Rahul slams Modi government at San Francisco event, says agency is being misused by government. Details on the other side of this break.
expansion plans, like, you know, the Noida facility, which you say is going to come up in FY25. Help us understand a little bit more granular details, both greenfield, brownfield opportunities. How are you looking at those in the upcoming years? And newer hospitals, like you pointed out, and if at all, any additional capacities in the existing ones also planned?
Absolutely. So we're currently at about 2,700 beds. By FY25, we will scale that to approximately 4,000 beds. And that will come off the backs of 3 or 4 distinct initiatives that we've triggered. One, of course, is the expansion in our existing hospitals. We still have bed growth in Lucknow and Patna. Lucknow is currently at 601 beds as at March. That will scale to 950. Patna is at 330, that will scale to 650. And we have some remodeling, renovation, and some work also happening in our Gurgaon facility with our new mother and child services coming in, building out additional oncology capabilities in our Gurgaon facility as well. So the first avenue of growth will be the existing hospitals where we'll be adding beds. And keep in mind, since we've already got superstructure, since we've already put a bunch of the capex in, a lot of that growth will come at a significantly lower cost in terms of both capex and opex, and we will be able to get the benefits of economies of scale in those units. The second aspect is hospitals that are already underway. That includes our Noida facility, which will be 550 beds. That's under construction and moving along well. We've already come out of the ground in terms of the construction happening there. That facility will come on board. And last quarter, we also announced a O&M partnership in Indore for a 350-bed hospital there. We hope to begin construction work on that soon. So that's the second aspect, which is, you know, slightly maybe medium to longer term in terms of the bed additions. And then there are a few more sticks in the fire. We have been engaging with various parties to look at innovative models, some at the asset-like O&M model, some in the greenfield way. So all options open across the areas that we want to go in. But like I said, rather than just kind of chasing the check the box, all these steps are being done in a very deliberate manner with a slightly medium to longer term horizon in mind.
Watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Rahul mocks Prime Minister Modi for bowing down towards the sengol, says Modi bows down to the sengol to deceive, asserts don't lie down like Modi. Mega rally to mark Modi government's 9 years. BJP to showcase centre's achievements. Prime Minister to kick off BJP's Rajasthan campaign. Government's counter to wrestlers' protests asks why 7-year delay in filing complaint against Brij Bhushan. Government sources say due process followed. Owaisi's stern dare over Telangana Secretariat dares BJP to demolish the dome-like structure of the Secretariat, says don't try to scare us. China fighter jets hostile maneuver, dramatic dogfight in the air. China jets aggression before US jet. India Today South Conclave 5th edition 2-day mega summit in Thiruvananthapuram, saluting the powerhouse of India, analysing the present and future. News coming in right now. Rahul heckled during speech in the United States. Crowd interrupts Rahul's speech. Rahul stops speech amid sloganeering. Rahul retorts with Nafrat ke bazaar.
Welcome, welcome. नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान. भारत जोड़ो. घर में मोहब्बत की दुकान खोली. वेलकम वेलकम. नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान. भारत जोड़ो. घर में मोहब्बत की दुकान खोली. Welcome, welcome.
My colleague Ashutosh is now joining me live on this. Ashutosh, it seems like the bitter political slugfest between the Congress and the BJP is now playing out on foreign soil.
Well, the Congress has been criticizing Prime Minister that, there have been various moments when Prime Minister spoke about India's politics, criticizing the opposition. And then it is now the moment for the BJP when Rahul Gandhi spoke against the government, including using that how his yatra was stopped. He says that Nafrat ke bazaar mein pyar ki dukaan kholne aaya hoon, mentioning about his Bharat Jodo yatra and talking about how there have been misuse of the agencies. And that clearly has given ammunition to the BJP, and that's the first reaction coming from Haryana's Minister Anil Vish, saying that when the world respects Prime Minister Modi, this is something Rahul Gandhi, what he is using on the foreign soil need to be criticized. So this is the reaction coming from the BJP. But for now, the images that we have seen on the screen, it is about some Khalistani elements who were present during this show of Rahul Gandhi, where he was addressing the crowd. This was some Khalistani elements who were shouting slogan against Indira Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi over the Operation Blue Star. Remember, there have been Khalistani elements in several parts of the world, Australia, US, UK, Canada. When there are any Indian dignitaries go and addressing the diaspora, they often raise such protests. In fact, there is one investigation also being carried out as far as the protests by these Khalistani elements in London Indian Embassy is concerned. So here we see the similar protest, the heckling that is being done by the Khalistani elements against Rahul Gandhi, against the Operation Blue Star, including naming Indira Gandhi, but where Rahul Gandhi literally calming down the crowd crowd and addressing that nafrat ke bazaar mein pyar ki dukaan. So he rather responding, those hecklers. He was very calm and peacefully, with the slogan that he has been using in Bharat Jodo Yatra, even India at various forums. This is what we've seen in San Francisco during this address of Rahul Gandhi. What we're seeing as far as the sloganeering by Khalistani elements concerned. Bollywood.
Ashutosh, stay on with us. Let's play out that sequence one more time.
घर में मोहब्बत की दुकान खोली वेलकम वेलकम नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान भारत जोड़ो
More news that's coming in right now. Rahul Gandhi mocks Prime Minister Modi bowing down before the sengol. Says Modi bows down to the sengol to deceive. Asserts don't lie down like Modi. Mocks, aren't you happy? I don't lie down.
साष्टांग नमस्कार कर रहे हैं स्वतंत्रता की पूर्व संध्या पर पूरे विधि विधान के साथ सिंगोल का
Well, I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi has used only one word. If he has used the word drama, that word is correct, but it applies really to his statements. Because Mr. Rahul Gandhi follows a complete theatrical exercise which has a pattern. And that pattern is he will go abroad and he will raise a set of attacks on India, on the Prime Minister, on the institutions of India. And then, from time to time, he will seek foreign indulgence, foreign interference. And this is a pattern consistency. It perhaps is borne by the fact that Mr. Rahul Gandhi likes to travel abroad, which perhaps for several decades he has done several times a year. So he probably feels more comfortable in that environment to run down the country and get a few pats on his back. This pattern cannot be denied. He did it in England when he went there, and he said, what are Europe and America doing about it? When there was a national outroar on it, he the next day said, I never said so, and he modified his statement. Then the Congress party, which is always out there to defend on Rahul Gandhi ji, because they have no choice. After all, he's their supreme leader. He's from the Nehru Gandhi family. They are a family-based party. So after that, they all went at great pains to say, see the second statement as if the first didn't exist. Now he's gone ahead and said that the real issues are price rise, unemployment. If these are the real issues, he has every opportunity to raise it in an election. The national elections are next year. Those elections will be fought in India, not in San Francisco or London or anywhere else.
Now, Rahul Gandhi is on a tour to the United States of America. While speaking in San Francisco, Rahul launched a stinging attack on the BJP government at the center in New Delhi, claiming that since he was facing difficulties to act politically, he started the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi said that the government tried its best to stop the yatra but failed miserably in doing so. He also claimed that minority groups in India are living in constant fear. He further compared the situation of Muslims across the country with that of Dalits in Uttar Pradesh, calling Tamil more than just a language. Rahul said that he won't let regional languages be threatened.
नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान, that is the best way I can say it, which is that it is felt most strongly by the Muslim community, okay, because it is done most directly to them. But in fact, it is being done to all minorities. I can guarantee you my Sikh brothers are feeling the same thing. I can guarantee you my Christian brothers are feeling the same, sisters are feeling the same thing, right? I can guarantee you the Dalit community is feeling the same thing, tribal community is feeling the same thing, right? In fact, anybody who is poor in India today, right, when he looks at the extreme wealth that a limited number of people have, in some way he feels the same thing that you feel. that what is going on? How is it that these 5 people have lakhs of crores and I have nothing to eat, right? So you feel it most because it is directed at you most aggressively. But it is a phenomena that is taking place against everybody in India. India has never rejected any idea. Everybody who has come to India has been received with open arms and their ideas have been absorbed in India. And that is the India that we like. India that respects the rest of the world, India that is humble, India that listens, India that is affectionate. And that is the India that you represent. You would not be here if you did not agree with these values. You would, if you believed in anger, hatred, arrogance, you'd be sitting in a BJP meeting. Right? And I would be doing Man Ki Baat. One has to be very, very careful when one changes the representative structure of a country. So I'd be quite interested in understanding exactly how they've come up with the number 800 and what are the criteria that they're using. These things should not be done flippantly. India is a conversation. India is a negotiation between its languages, between its people, between its histories and cultures, and that negotiation has to be fair.
Is coming in right now. Ringing endorsement of Modi's and India's rise under Prime Minister Modi's regime. Latest Morgan Stanley report. Here's India's story. Morgan Stanley says India transformed in the last 10 years. A big vindication of the government in its 9th year of power. Latest Morgan Stanley report highlights 10 big transformations in India and their impact, how India has transformed in less than a decade. It says, and I quote, "This India is different from what it was in 2013. In a short span of 10 years, India has gained positions in the world order with significant positive consequences for the macro and market outlook." We present a snapshot of these changes and their implications. So a big endorsement coming in for the Narendra Modi-led BJP government at the centre. Remember, it completed 9 years only recently and is embarking on a party-specific, a BJP initiative for the next 1 month, where it will go around telling the people about the achievements of the government over the last 9 years. And this is a big endorsement that is coming in for India's rise under Modi's regime. The latest Morgan Stanley report, which hails the India story and says India has transformed in the last 10 years. It's a big vindication of the government, which is now entered its 10th year in power. Latest Morgan Stanley report that highlights 10 big transformations in India and the impact, how India has transformed in less than a decade. This India is different, says the report, from what it was in 2013. In a short span of 10 years, India has gained positions in the world order with significant positive consequences for the macro and market outlook. Look, we present a snapshot of these changes and their implications. Now, it has been 9 years of the Modi government at the centre. The BJP will be celebrating this milestone nationwide, beginning with a month-long campaign kicking off in Rajasthan today. Prime Minister Modi will be in Ajmer today, and various Must Connect programs have been scheduled, including a mega rally. Meanwhile, senior BJP leaders will address 51 rallies across the country during this campaign. Prime Minister Modi looked back on his tenure, stating that in these 9 years, his government has worked to uphold the dignity and enhance livelihoods of India's poorest. Prime Minister vowed to continue the mission to uplift and fulfill every citizen's dreams.
हम लोग खुशकिस्मत हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी कल हम लोगों के बीच में आएंगे। सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये कि हमको सबको इतना अच्छा लग रहा है और हम अपने आप को गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं कि ये हमारे क्षेत्र को चूज़ किया है और सबसे पहले वाली सभा हमारे यहाँ होने जा रही है।
पूरे देश में के लोगों को आज गौरव होता है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं। 9 वर्षों के अंदर पूरा देश की तस्वीर ही बदल दिया उन्होंने। किस प्रकार से गरीब हमारा खुशहाल हो, उसके जीवन में उत्थान हो, यही प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नीतियों का केंद्र बिंदु रहा है।
9 years in power, Mr. Puri, what's really the biggest takeaway for the BJP?
I'm very happy to join you in this assessment exercise of 9 years. But my submission to you is this is one of a kind. Let me just try to situate this and provide a perspective. You know, we are a 7,000-year-old civilization, India. And less than or around 1% is what we have as a personality, as an independent country. So what we've done in these 9 years is to, in many ways, economically, we have overtaken the United Kingdom to become the 5th largest economy in the world. Now, when we become the 3rd largest economy in the world, overtaking the West Germans or the Japanese and the West German, it won't be that enjoyable. But overtaking the UK was the most enjoyable part of it because they ruled over us for 190 years. I'm saying this with a degree of seriousness. You know, our GDP in 1750, according to a Cambridge historian, was a contribution of 25% of the global GDP. After 190 years of British rule or colonial domination, it tumbled down from 25% global GDP to single digit, came down to 1 or 2%. Today, we are the 5th largest economy in the world. We are on the way. We've come from being 10th largest in 2014. We are on the way to becoming the 3rd largest economy. But you look at any sector of the economy, the Prime Minister's objective of India becoming a developed country by 2047 and for us to shed the colonial mindset, all that has been in evidence as work in progress during these 9 years. I can share statistics with you. Swachhata, we are running the world's largest sanitation program. 11 crore toilets built for urban and rural areas. 3 crore Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana sanctioned for urban and rural. We had 74 airports up to 2014. Between 2014 and 2023, today, we have another 74. Our metro system, which started in Mr. Vajpayee's time, is slowly moving in the direction of becoming the world's 2nd largest metro. We had 14 crore gas connections in 2014. We have 31.5 crore gas connections now. We have a refining capacity today of 250 million metric tons per annum. We are going to be which is at 4th position in the world. We are taking it to 2nd position to nearly 400 or 450 million metric tons per annum. Madam, I can give you any statistic. But the most important change, I think, has been the Honorable Prime Minister's definition of what constitutes good governance. So this is good governance reaching to the poorest of the poor, to those who are the farthest from the mainstream, and Samaj Seva. And you have transformed. Earlier they used to say there are 2 Indias. There's India and there is Bharat. Today you are getting that focus back onto all of India and a new India.
Ms. Lekhi, 9 years, congratulations. The BJP is positioning itself for 2024. Give us a sense of the accomplishment that the party feels at this point, and what would be your message to India?
So the positioning has been very simple, that I want to take everyone back to what the Prime Minister said on his very first speech when he entered the Parliament. I remember being there, and I'm sure everybody else remembers, when he got up in the Central Hall and he said that this government is dedicated to the poor, to the farmer, to the marginalized and the women. So that is the basic principle on the basis of which all the works which have been undertaken, or the policies guiding principle has been this, and this is what this government has been trying to achieve. And it has been a move from promises to delivery, which we can see in every aspect, in every field, in every format. You can just compare the times, you can compare the data, and you can see that whether it's last mile delivery, it's infrastructure development, it's protecting the rights of the women, it's carrying on with the cultural and heritage values of this country. Everywhere this government has made huge strides.
Right, as you have spoken extensively about culture and tradition, you are the Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture. I'd like to ask you on the Parliament building inauguration, the controversy that surrounded it. Of course, it was a great start for the BJP with inaugurating the new Parliament building. It looks swanky, stunningly beautiful, but it came with a fair share of politics. Even as we saw, the BJP was the first to reintroduce the sengol, giving it its due place and recognition. We saw the opposition, first of all, boycotting the Parliament inauguration and, of course, trivializing the rich history and tradition that the sengol carries.
I think people are so filled with such narrow value systems that they have stopped learning from its past and they have stopped denigrating its past. One must understand that the history of India is much older than any other history in the world. And the civilizational value system is very different. So when people look at the concept of a nation state where similar kind of people build a nation with a similar kind of value system, which is a Westphalian model, they do not understand the civilizational concept of a nation state. India has been a civilizational nation state with its tentacles spread across Southeast Asia to Central Asia to Pacific Ring, so on and so forth. So without getting into the detail, I want to take everyone back to the Vedic period, much before Christ was born. Much before 7th century AD, Islam came to this planet. So much before these times, India was still a very complex and developed civilization. And some of the value systems which existed in this country is something which people need to respect, maybe ape sometimes, and at least give Indians the privilege to follow what they believe in. Now, sengol represented Rajdand, which means the office of the Raja, which is not Raja in the form of monarch, but it was like an elected office. So king used to be an elected office. There were Ganatantras, there were republics, and these mentions you find in various literatures. And then of course it became a hereditary office, and when it became an office by succession, even then this particular ritual continued, that king will get up when at the time of coronation or Raja Abhishek and say, I am the most supreme, I'm above law, I can do whatever. The Raj Purohit, the one who was like a conscious keeper of the court, will get up and hit the head of the king with the baton, which is Rajdand, and say, no, above you is the law and you are bound by the law and you are here to establish the rule of law. Rule of law is most supreme and you are subordinate to the rule of law. Now tell me, as compared to what we see, the model of democracy which is seen today, prevalent across the globe today, which is post-Renaissance period, comes from Europe. Is the concept not similar, that rule of law and everybody is equal before law prevalent? And is this not a decent ritual which keeps in mind that nobody is supreme, the supreme is the law of the land, and in our case supreme is the constitution of this country, which people of India have given it to them. It's re-establishing the value system which we all believe in, and to create controversy on something as sincere as this, something as ancient practice as this, something which brought pride to all Indians, should that be neglected simply because it happened to have its origin in the Hindu practices? Is this not a secular practice?
My colleague Devankur Vadhavan is now joining me live from Jaipur. Today, the Prime Minister is expected to kickstart the Rajasthan campaign for the Bharatiya Janata Party, Dev, from Ajmer. He's also expected to go to Pushkar for darshan as well. This will, of course, come as a big boost for the BJP state unit as well, given that this is going to be an extremely crucial election, and then subsequent to it, within a few months, there'll be, of course, the general election.
Well, so clearly the Prime Minister's visit will have motives which are two-pronged. The first one being to ensure that Rajasthan BJP presents a united front. It's not just the Congress following Rajasthan which has been disunited or has been, consisting of warring factions. There is the Vasundhara Raje camp, and then there are various other camps which have been there in the BJP. And in this election year, with this Prime Minister's visit, an attempt will be made to give a clarion call to all the BJP leaders in the state of Rajasthan to come together and fight this election unitedly. There will be 8 Lok Sabha seats and 45 assembly seats that will be targeted by the BJP. An attempt will be made to reach out to the electorate in these constituencies.
Okay, so the Prime Minister will, of course, try to ensure that the BJP also, as they were saying, present a united front before the assembly elections in Rajasthan. Dev, thank you so much for joining us. That's all the time that we had. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, the government's counter to restless protests asks why 7-year delay in filing complaint against Brij Bhushan.
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts.
Looking at political back.
She takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct. Setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now we're speaking of the very horrific incident that took place in Delhi. He waited for her and killed her in the most demonic way. 16-year-old was stabbed, smashed and crushed to death in full public glare. Police, in fact, revealed that there are many such stunning aspects to this case. Now, Sakshi's friend Bhavna shared an audio in which Sakshi is talking to Sahil. Sakshi and Sahil had a video call at 3:41 p.m. on May 27, which according to sources went on for a long time. Sahil's audio is not there, but Sakshi's voice can be heard. She was talking to Sahil and saying, "You were trying to act over smart. Where did all your smartness go?" Now, this conversation took place after Sakshi's friend Jabru threatened Sahil to support her. Another video call took place between the two on the day of the murder, that is May 28. Two voice notes were also sent to Sahil on the same day. So that is the audio clip of the conversation that took place between the minor, the 16-year-old who was brutally murdered by Sahil, who you see on your screens. He was arrested later from Bulandshahr in Uttar Pradesh. It is, of course, a matter of investigation. The Delhi police will, in fact, file a charge sheet shortly after they are able to, in fact, tie together the sequence of events that led to this horrific killing, which happened in full public glare. As you can see, there were individuals who were walking past as this murder was taking place. Sahil, who brutally stabbed the 16-year-old girl at least 21 times and then used a boulder that was lying nearby and smashed her skull multiple times as well. A ruptured skull, in fact, has been reported in the post-mortem. Now, of course, the police is investigating this matter. Now, the details are absolutely horrific and shocking. He waited for her and then killed her in the most demonic way. The 16-year-old was stabbed, smashed and crushed to death in full public gear. In fact, the police reveal the breakup that drove Sahil to kill the young girl, and that it was a pre-planned murder. For now, the girl's parents are seeking justice for their daughter, demanding death for killer Sahil. More in this report.
Before stabbing her 20 times and smashing her head 6 times with a slab of stone, Sahil Khan plotted the cold-blooded murder and called Sakshi to the crime spot and waited to ambush her. When Sakshi arrived, Sahil went on a stabbing spree and crushed her head multiple times in full public glare as passers-by looked on. The preliminary investigation reveals a breakup drove Sahil to kill Sakshi. Sahil was furious as Sakshi went back to her earlier boyfriend, Praveen. Sahil confronted Sakshi on the breakup before murdering her. After the murder, Sahil switched off his phone to dodge the police and fled to UP's Bulandshahr. He threw away the murder weapon, a knife, in Delhi's Ritala area.
बताया जा रहा है कि साहिल मैकेनिक का काम करता था, जबकि सरफराज जो उसके पिता हैं वो बढ़ई का काम करते थे, दरवाजा खिड़कियां ये सब बनाने का काम वो किया करते थे। फिलहाल पुलिस साहिल से लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है और ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर इस वारदात को अंजाम देने की प्लानिंग उसने कब रची थी।
Sahil has now admitted to killing Sakshi during interrogation by the police.
साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे पूरा जोर है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं सारे जितने भी इसमें हम लोग को एविडेंसेस मिल पाएं वो सब हम लोग जुगाड़ रहे हैं। फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज ऑन इट्स वे।
Sakshi, continuously harassed by Sahil, had confided in
News coming in right now. After Rahul attacks Prime Minister over Sengol, Modi, Mantri Anurag Thakur hits out at Rahul Gandhi. Anurag Thakur says that Rahul is defaming India abroad. That is what the Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Sports has said. Anurag Thakur says that Rahul Gandhi is defaming India on foreign soil. This after Rahul Gandhi took a pot shot at Prime Minister Modi while speaking in San Francisco, mocked Prime Minister genuflecting before the sengol.
राहुल गांधी जी की हर विदेश यात्रा भारत का अपमान करने में कहीं पीछे नहीं रहती और इस बार की प्रायोजित ये विदेश यात्रा भी उसी दिशा में है जहां वो अपमान तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अंत में देश का अपमान करने से नहीं हटते। पूर्व में भी आप देखें, वो भारत को एक राष्ट्र ही नहीं मानते, वो तो राज्यों का संघ कहते हैं और भारत के बढ़ते कदमों पर भी प्रशंसन खड़ा करते हैं। आखिरकार राहुल गांधी जी विदेश में जाकर क्या पाना चाहते हैं? इस प्रायोजित कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत वो क्या प्राप्त करने गए हैं? क्या देश के ऊपर कीचड़ उछालना ही उनका एक काम रह गया है?
I think the Parliament House, these are distractions. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
So that is what Rahul Gandhi said earlier when, of course, mocking the entire sengol ceremony. He, of course, saying that the BJP uses such events in order to distract away from real issues that need to be discussed, which includes the unemployment, price rise, hate and anger, as he said. But the BJP now using this opportunity to attack Rahul Gandhi, saying that he is mocking Indian traditions. He, in fact, is defaming India on foreign soil. Union Minister Anurag Thakur has just hit out at Rahul Gandhi for the statements that he's made at this event in San Francisco in the United States of America. Remember, Rahul Gandhi is there on a tour. He will be speaking at various events and foreign already. His first public speech has kicked up quite the storm back in India. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is joining me over the phone line right now. The BJP there, of course, hitting out, Ashutosh, at Rahul Gandhi for mocking the Prime Minister as he bowed down before the sengol, paying his obeisance to it, saying that Rahul Gandhi is simply using every opportunity to defame India on foreign soil.
Paul, if you remember, even during his last visit, when Rahul Gandhi made similar comments criticizing the BJP government and their policies in India, on the foreign soil, the BJP was very much taking on, calling Rahul Gandhi always defame the nation. And this time again in San Francisco, very praising the India for its ethos, following all the community, bringing it together, but criticizing the BJP government in center, and alleging their misuse of agencies, spreading the hatred. That is somewhere what Rahul Gandhi said, and exactly you hear the similar word what BJP used the last time, calling that how Rahul Gandhi is not defaming the nation. In fact, first it was Anil Vij, and now it is the Union Minister Anurag Thakur saying that Rahul Gandhi never backs down on insulting India. He doesn't even consider India as country but union of state. What Rahul Gandhi wants with the sponsored show, he has worked to malign country. So these kind of harsh remarks coming from the BJP, including the union ministers, and this looks like literally creating a storm, particularly in the BJP and the NDA camp. Soon we'll have a more and more the faces from the BJP will coming down, criticizing and taking on on what Rahul Gandhi said in San Francisco's seminar.
Ashutosh, thank you for joining us with all of those details. News coming in right now. Ringing endorsement of India's rise under Modi rule. Latest Morgan Stanley report hails India's story. Morgan Stanley says India has transformed in the last 10 years. A big vindication for the government in its 10th year of power now. Top investment bank says India a growth driver. Morgan Stanley says India boosting global growth. The latest Morgan Stanley report highlights 10 big transformations in India and their impact, how India has transformed in less than a decade, it says. The report states, and I quote over here, "This India is different from what it was in 2013. In a short span of 10 years, India has gained positions in the world order with significant positive consequences for the macro and market outlook." We present a snapshot of these changes and their implications. So that is what the Morgan Stanley report is stating. My colleague Sakshi Batra is now joining us live from the newsroom here in Delhi. Sakshi, tell us the details and what are the transformational changes that the Morgan Stanley report talks about.
Absolutely, Paulomi. This is a very positive report indeed that talks about the transformation that India's economy at large has gone through in the last 10 years. And 9 years of those have been under the Modi government for sure. Now, the supply side reforms that the government has undertaken, also the corporate tax that has been brought at par with the peer nations as well, the infrastructure story which has been robust in the last 9 years of action. We've seen the formalization of the economy undertaken by the implementation of the GST regime as well, which, remember, the latest indications are that are at record high levels of GST collections at over 1.8 lakh crore rupees as well. Digital transactions have improved from just about 4% odd that we had seen in the year 2016 to now 76% of the GDP. That talk about the formalization of the economy. We've seen robust reforms in the real estate era. Remember, this real estate sector for years has been undergoing, serious problems and issues ranging from transparency and people not getting their homes on time as well. RERA has brought in those regulatory changes. There has been an increased focus on the foreign direct investment. Most of the sectors in India now have allowed over 50% of FDI coming in, more foreign inflows coming in, which has led to robustness in most of these sectors in India. Now, India's outperformance versus China, when you talk about sentiments, has also increased over these last 9 years. Remember, when the developed nations look at outside for, importing of stuff, for raw material, for outsourcing any of their services needs, there are 2 or 3 major nations, including India and China. There has been an increased shift towards India and preference towards India, and this has been accelerated during COVID-19 period as well, when more and more nations are now looking at a China plus one strategy, and India is definitely one nation that they are looking at now. What will be the implications, Morgan Stanley says, of these kind of changes and policy reforms that have been taken by the government in the last 10 years? They do believe that manufacturing and as a percentage of the capex that we are going to see for the GDP is growing steadily. It is likely to grow by multifold by next 4 or 5 years, by next 2031. They do believe that the export market share of India is likely to double from the current levels as well by 2030. They also believe there's a profit boom that we are seeing. All the companies listed on the exchanges have been reporting steady earnings, and those profits are likely to grow manifold, resulting in the overall profitability of the GDP as well. There has been a valuation re-rating for many companies in India as well. However, on top of all of this, what Morgan Stanley does say, going forward from here, what do we need to keep in mind? There are a few risks to this growth that we are likely to see. One is a global recession. Remember, global nations, including US and Europe, are facing slowdown and are likely to be hit by a recession. What could have, impact of that could be on the emerging markets like India is something that we need to watch out for.
Right.
A fragmented general elections 2024. That is something that they've highlighted as a key risk from here. That is to be watched out for, of course. And apart from that, the rising commodity prices that could again, lead to some kind of...
So there are some risk factors also which this report has highlighted. But overall, of course, saying that the India growth story is right on track, and this is only good news and endorsement coming in for the government as it enters its 10th year in power. Sakshi, thank you for joining us with those details. Over 35 days and wrestlers continue their fight against WFI chief and BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Demanding justice for top sporting heroes, political leaders lash out at the centre and the BJP for not acting against a sexual harassment accused Bhushan. Coming out in support, Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav questioned Prime Minister's silence, stating that Bhushan being booked under POCSO is still roaming free. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah also waded into the row and asserted that the wrestlers are only suffering for raising sexual harassment charges. It was only yesterday before, in fact, they went in to throw away their medals in the Ganga that protesting champions questioned Prime Minister Modi and President Murmu's silence, highlighting how sitting just a few kilometers away from the stir side, the two never checked up on them.
I think it's a disgrace to our country that we have not been able to demonstrate sufficient respect. We should have said people who have brought such laurels to the country, when they have a concern, it must be looked into, it must be investigated immediately. I don't understand this government's attitude. I can see the politics behind it because the person who is accused has a position in a state, perhaps has influence in some seats, but there is also such a thing as justice.
इन्होंने मेडल जीते हैं इस भारत के लिए, भारत का नाम ऊंचा किया है, मगर जिस तरह से पुलिस ने इन पे कल जो किया वो बहुत गलत है। मैं समझता हूं कि इसकी तरफ प्रधानमंत्री को देखना चाहिए और अगर है तो जो एमपी है जिसने ये किया है उसको फौरन उसका एफआईआर जो है उसे काम करना चाहिए और उसे सजा होनी चाहिए।
I am at India Gate right now. Why? Because wrestlers have said that they will come to India Gate and sit on unto death fast, asking arresting of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Yesterday they were at Haridwar to immerse their medals into the holy river Ganga. But right now here at India Gate, I would ask my cameraman to show the pictures. Security arrangements have been made. There are Delhi police, women's officers, men's officers and also RAF being deployed here at India Gate just to prevent any kind of situation where there will be no face-off between police or wrestlers. Wrestlers have said that they will come to India Gate, sit on unto death fast till the time Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is not arrested. This is Nitin Srivastava reporting for India Today, New Delhi.
Now, even as the protesting wrestlers intensify their agitation against Wrestling Federation Chief Brij Bhushan, he remains defiant. Speaking to India Today, he hit out at the wrestlers. Listen in.
उन्हीं के निवेदन पर ओवरसाइट कमेटी बनी, आईओ की कमेटी बनी, उन्हीं के निवेदन पर एफआईआर हुआ है, जांच चल रही है। अब उसमें हम उनकी क्या मदद कर सकते हैं? अब आज मेडल फेंकने गई थी, मेडल मतलब डालने के लिए गई थी, फिर गंगा जी में, अब गंगा जी के बजाय टिकैत को दे दी, तो ये उनका स्टैंड, हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
Now, as a Ganga medal Visarjan by our sporting heroes was called off, a stunning revelation by top government sources in wrestlers' protests. Here are the 10 top counter strikes against wrestlers by the centre, accessed exclusively by India Today.
Flowing tears, a volatile crowd, and a wave of anger. Armed with their pride and joy, they threatened to fling their medals into River Ganga. But when there was no reaction from the government, it was farmer leader Naresh Tiketh who had to step in to stop the champs, convincing them to issue a 5-day ultimatum to the government. On the face of it, the government says it's following all due process in the case, despite no arrest of the WFI chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, even though he has stepped aside from daily workings of the federation. But a quiet counter-strike to rebut the wrestlers on facts could be afoot. For starters, top government sources insist that the most glaring hole in the allegations is that the wrestlers did not register a complaint earlier, even though the alleged incidents took place 7 years ago. Sources then point out that as soon as the champs started their protest in January this year, 2 days of extensive discussions were held between sports ministry officials to understand the issue. An oversight committee was formed with members suggested by the wrestlers added to the committee. Sources then point out that the oversight committee heard every complainant and everything that was deposed was video recorded, with all material collected then handed over to the Delhi police for further investigation, including Brij Bhushan's own deposition. Since then, the Delhi police has registered 2 cases against Brij Bhushan Sharan, with due process since being followed. Sources point out that the government is viewing the situation as the wrestlers being emboldened by an amenable administration and pushing for more demands. The same sources point out that the wrestlers were allowed to protest in a prohibited area for 38 days with all amenities, even after an FIR was filed. No action was taken during their candlelight march either. The first action by the police, the sources point out, took place when the wrestlers deliberately tried to breach security at the new parliament on Sunday, an area that was under section 144, a wanton breaking of the law. While each aspect of the protest appears to be stage managed by someone familiar with virality and emotional effect, the view within the government is a firm one, that the wrestlers may have won laurels for the nation, but must follow the law like all other citizens. No one is above the law. For instance, Olympic wrestler Sushil Kumar is in prison for murder. His feats and the national pride he instilled could not save him from the law. Finally, government insiders point out that the threat to throw medals into the Ganga is an act of extreme insensitivity, entitlement and arrogance, since the medals don't belong to the athletes alone, but also their support staff, coaches, trainers and multiple others, not to mention the fact that much of their training has been at taxpayers' expense. With the 5-day countdown ticking, will there be a break in this impasse, or will things escalate more towards a fast unto death at Delhi's India Gate? Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Rahul mocks Modi for bowing down to Sengol, says Modi bows down to Sengol to deceive, asserts don't lie down like Modi.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by The world comes together at Sharda University.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Rahul mocks Modi for bowing down to Sengol, says Modi bows down to the Sengol to deceive, asserts I don't lie down like Modi.
BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, you know, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
Mega rally to mark Modi government's 9 years. BJP to showcase centre's achievements. Prime Minister to kick off BJP Rajasthan campaign. Latest Morgan Stanley report hails India story, says India transformed in 10 years, calls India a growth driver. As government counters restless protests asking why 7-year delay in filing complaint against Brij Bhushan, opposition backs sporting champs slams the BJP, says how is Bhushan still roaming free? Police turn dare over Telangana Secretariat, dares BJP to demolish dome-like structure of the Secretariat, says don't try to scare us. India Today South Conclave 5th edition, 2-day mega summit in Thiruvananthapuram, saluting the powerhouse of India, analyzing the present and future. News coming in right now. Rahul heckled during speech in the United States. BJP says Rahul heckled for 1984 anti-Sikh riots. BJP says suffering from the hatred unleashed by themselves. Crowd interrupts Rahul's speech. Rahul stops speech amid sloganeering and retorts with Nafrat ke Bazaar. So that is what the BJP has said now, that Rahul Gandhi, who was heckled during his speech in San Francisco, it was because of the 1984 Sikh massacre. BJP there mocking the Congress and Rahul Gandhi, saying this is the Nafrat ke Bazaar that you sowed way back in 1984. That hatred is still being unleashed upon you. Remember, this is BJP, of course, taking pot shots at Rahul Gandhi because he's been using the slogan since the Congress's win in Karnataka that Congress was able to open Mohabbat ki Dukaan in Nafrat ke Bazaar. Listen in to what Rahul Gandhi, in fact, witnessed that sequence as it played out during that San Francisco event.
में मोहब्बत की दुकान खोली वेलकम वेलकम नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान भारत जोड़ो
My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining me live on this. Aishwarya, while of course Rahul Gandhi maintained a calm and composed demeanor as he was being heckled at that San Francisco event, the BJP of course using this as an opportunity to attack Rahul Gandhi, saying this is the exact same Nafrat ke Bazaar that you in fact set up in 1984 that is still being unleashed upon you.
Well, obviously, Pauline, this has given Bharatiya Janata Party a lot of ammunition, the kind of heckling that one can see in the video. The BJP at the moment is taking a pot shot at Rahul Gandhi because we all know 1984 has been a big blot on the history of the party. So definitely the BJP now pointing fingers at Rahul Gandhi and saying that you are the one who say that we are the people, the BJP and the Prime Minister, they are the ones who are in fact spreading hatred, but it was in fact started by your party, and the heckling that took place today is just showing the kind of things that the Congress party has been doing in history. This is what the BJP at the moment is saying.
Okay, so that is of course what the BJP is saying. The BJP of course also, Aishwarya, saying not the first time that Rahul Gandhi has gone on an international forum in order to attack and critique the country under Prime Minister Modi's rule. The BJP of course charging Rahul Gandhi with defaming time and again India on foreign soil.
were pointing fingers at Rahul Gandhi and saying that if Rahul Gandhi has a problem, he should come back to India and then speak here. Why Rahul Gandhi has been using these platforms whenever Rahul Gandhi over the past 20 years, follow me, has been going, especially to the United States. We have seen that he's been making some of the comments from there, and then there is heavy backlash from the Bharatiya Janata Party in the country. The BJP at the moment maintains whatever problem Rahul Gandhi or the Congress Party has with the BJP, all those issues should be spoken about on Indian soil and not on foreign soil. That's the BJP's stand. Follow me.
Okay, but this is, of course, Aishwarya, going to turn out to be a major controversy because this is just the first international fora that Rahul Gandhi is speaking at in the United States. He's there over the next 5 days. He's going to be speaking at various other avenues as well, which includes the Stanford University. So clearly there's going to be a major flashpoint there brewing between the two, the Congress and the BJP, over the next few days, Aishwarya.
Well, definitely, and we can expect Rahul Gandhi to take pot shots at the BJP because that is what he has been doing whenever we have seen Rahul Gandhi, especially in the United States. Wherever he's gone, he's made some of those comments. He speaks about, the way BJP is functioning in India and all those things. Then back home, we have seen how the top leaders, be it the finance minister, we have also seen some of the top leaders, be it Home Minister Amit Shah, they all then try to gherao Rahul Gandhi, try to gherao the Congress Party and say that if you have so many issues, then you should speak here in India and not try to diminish India's democracy and not try to diminish India's image on a global platform.
Okay. Aishwarya, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. So the BJP now, in fact, taking pot shots at Rahul Gandhi, is saying that heckling that you witnessed and were subjected to, that is because of the Nafrat Ke Bazaar that you opened in 1984. So that is, of course, what happened. Now, Sengol again is in the eye of storm once again. Now, days after Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new Parliament building and placed the golden scepter in Parliament, politics around it refuses to die down. Speaking in the United States, Rahul Gandhi hit out at the centre and called the whole inauguration process a distraction from real issues. Rahul claimed that BJP does all these activities related to scepter and others in order to distract from real issues. He mocked Prime Minister Modi bowing down before the Sengol. Earlier, Bihar's ruling party, RJD, also took a jibe at the Sengol by comparing it with late actor Amrish Puri's villainous character from a film. Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya too had insulted the Sengol and called the Adhanam Seer's radical Brahmins.
I think the Parliament House, these are distractions. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
Mr. Rahul Gandhi follows a complete theatrical exercise which has a pattern. And that pattern is he will go abroad and he will raise a set of attacks on India, on the Prime Minister, on the institutions of India. And then from time to time he will seek foreign indulgence, foreign interference. And this is a pattern consistency. It perhaps is born by the fact that Mr. Rahul Gandhi likes to travel abroad, which perhaps for several decades he has done several times a year. So he probably feels more comfortable in that environment to run down the country and get a few pats on his back. This pattern cannot be denied. He did it in England when he went there, and he said, what are Europe and America doing about it? When there was a national outroar on it, he the next day said, I never said so, and he modified his statement. Then the Congress Party, which is always out there to defend on Rahul Gandhi ji, because they have no choice. After all, he's their supreme leader. He's from the Nehru Gandhi family. They are a family-based party. So after that, they all went at great pains to say, see the second statement as if the first didn't exist. Now he's gone ahead and said that the real issues are price rise, unemployment. If these are the real issues, he has every opportunity to raise it in an election. The national elections are next year. Those elections will be fought in India, not in San Francisco or London or anywhere else.
BJP leader Manjinder Singh Sirsa is joining us over the phone line. Manjinder ji, जब राहुल गांधी कह रहे थे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी मोहब्बत की दुकान खोलती है नफरत के बाजार में, उसी दौरान वहां पर नारेबाजी हुई सैन फ्रांसिस्को वाले इवेंट में, जहां पर 1984 और इंदिरा गांधी के नाम पर नारेबाजी हुई.
देखो, ये तो एक सच्चाई है कि जो नफरत की दुकान कांग्रेस ने चलाई और उसको बहुत सालों तक चलाया और फिर उसको जस्टिफाई किया। अब देखिए, देश में कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट इससे पहले नहीं हुआ जब भारत के प्रधानमंत्री खुद जस्टिफाई करें और ये कहें कि जब बड़ा पेड़ गिरता है तो धरती हिलती है, हजारों बेगुनाह लोगों को मरवा दिया जाए, मतलब एक दो भी नहीं, हजारों की गिनती में। तो इससे ज्यादा नफरत तो हो नहीं सकती, खाली मरवाया ना जाए, उसके बाद उसको जस्टिफाई करने के बाद जिन्होंने कत्लेआम किया है उनको पुरस्कारित किया जाए, उनको बड़े बड़े पुरस्कार दिए जाएं, उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाए, उनको मंत्री बनाया जाए, उनको Z+ सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई जाए। तो ये जो किया आपके सामने, तो इसलिए राहुल गांधी के पास आपने देखा उस पर कोई जवाब नहीं बन पाया। क्यों नहीं बन पाया? क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि इस मसले में जो उन्होंने हमारे साथ जाति किया है, और मैं खुद भी उसका भोगी हूँ, मैं तो खुद अपनी जान मेरी कैसे बची, तब मेरे एक टीचर ने मेरी जान बचाई, लोग मेरी जान के प्यासे थे, मेरे को मारना चाहते थे। तो हमने वो सारा दुख देखा है, इसलिए लोग जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस ही एक नफरत की दुकान है, ना कभी मोहब्बत की दुकान कांग्रेस थी। हाँ, कांग्रेस एक जाल है जो मोहब्बत के नाम से फैलाता है और नफरत को बीचता है। तो ये फैलाने का काम जब करते हैं तब तो जाल फैलाते हैं मोहब्बत का, हम मोहब्बत हैं, हम मोहब्बत हैं, लेकिन सही चेहरा जो है इनका, हम नफरत करते हैं और नफरत इस कदर करते हैं कि लोगों को जिंदा जलाने का काम करते हैं। ऐसी नफरत तो हमने पूरी दुनिया में पहले कभी नहीं देखी जो गांधी परिवार में हमने देखी है।
जी, मनजिंदर जी, शुक्रिया इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए। So that was of course BJP leader Mr. Sirsa, who of course attacked the Congress party, and Rahul Gandhi is saying that this is exactly the seeds of hatred that you in fact are responsible for having sown in 1984, which has now been unleashed upon you. Now, Rahul Gandhi is on a tour to the United States of America. While speaking in San Francisco, Rahul launched a stinging attack on the BJP government and the centre in New Delhi, claiming that since he was facing difficulties to act politically, he started the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But Rahul Gandhi said that the government tried its best to stop the yatra, but failed miserably in doing so. He also claimed that the minority groups in India are living in constant fear. He further compared the situation of Muslims across the country with that of Dalits in Uttar Pradesh. Calling Tamil more than just a language, Rahul said that he won't let regional languages be threatened. Now, heading back at Rahul, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij called for his boycott, claiming that while global leaders heap praise on Prime Minister Modi, Anil Vij said that Rahul Gandhi continues to insult the Prime Minister on foreign soil.
The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, you know, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down? We understand deeply that India today, in terms of its treatment of Dalits, tribals, poor people, minorities, is not a fair place.
राहुल गांधी जी की हर विदेश यात्रा भारत का अपमान करने में कहीं पीछे नहीं रहती, और इस बार की प्रायोजित ये विदेश यात्रा भी उसी दिशा में है जहां वो अपमान तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अंत में देश का अपमान करने से नहीं हटते। आखिरकार राहुल गांधी जी विदेश में जाकर क्या पाना चाहते हैं? इस प्रायोजित कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत वो क्या प्राप्त करने गए हैं? क्या देश के ऊपर कीचड़ उछालना ही उनका एक काम रह गया है?
India has never rejected any idea. Everybody who has come to India has been received with open arms, and their ideas have been absorbed in India. And that is the India that we like. India that respects the rest of the world, India that is humble, India that listens, India that is affectionate. And that is the India that you represent. You would not be here if you did not agree with these values. You would, if you believed in anger, hatred, arrogance, you'd be sitting in a BJP meeting. right? And I would be doing Man Ki Baat.
राहुल गांधी ने जिस तरीके का बयान दिया उसके बाद उन्होंने बीजेपी के साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री को भी आड़े हाथों लिया और उन्होंने कटाक्ष ये किया कि प्रधानमंत्री सब कुछ जानते हैं, इस तरीके की बातें उनकी तरफ से।
देखिए, एक चीज आपने महसूस भी किया होगा और पूरा देश ये महसूस करता है कि जब जब भारत की धाक और मोदी जी की धमक पूरी दुनिया में बढ़ती है तो इस घमंडी घराने के घोचू घरौंदे की सनक बढ़ जाती है। आज कैसे ये एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, स्वीकार नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि दुनिया क्यों कह रही है कि मोदी जी ने ये साबित कर दिया कि डेमोक्रेसी कैसे डिलीवर कर सकती है। आज दुनिया ये क्यों कह रही है कि दुनिया की मोदी इज बॉस। तो इनको तो लगता है कि जो डायनेस्टी है वही डेमोक्रेसी है, क्योंकि इनकी सोच और सनक तो वही है, इंडिया इज इंदिरा, इंदिरा इज इंडिया। जो इंडिया इज इंदिरा, इंदिरा इज इंडिया, कांग्रेस इज कंट्री, कंट्री इज
News coming in right now. Infiltration bid foiled along the LOC. 4 terrorists have been nabbed by armed forces. IED and narco packages recovered. Terrorists nabbed with weapons. 1 army soldier injured in firing. This is news that's coming in from the line of control. What we're learning is that an infiltration bid has been foiled along the line of control. 4 terrorists have been nabbed by armed forces. IED and narco packages have been recovered. These terrorists were nabbed with weapons and 1 army soldier has been injured during firing. My colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt is now joining me live on this. Sunil Ji, give us more details about this infiltration bid that has been foiled along the LOC.
Well, Polemy, a major infiltration bid has been foiled along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district at about 1:30 a.m. In night. The security forces spotted some suspicious movement at the line of control, and soon, there was exchange of fire, and in that exchange of fire, 1 army soldier was injured. He was evacuated from that particular spot. In the morning, the security forces managed to apprehend 3 terrorists. They were heavily armed, and 1 AK-56 rifle was recovered from them, and apart from that, an IED weighing 10 kg was also recovered from them. That IED has been successfully defused by the security forces. Apart from that, 6 Chinese grenades and 20 packets of drugs was also recovered from them. So clearly, Pakistan is desperately trying to, create disturbances in Jammu and Kashmir, and that is why Pakistan is pushing terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan wants to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir, but our alert troops on ground have foiled the nefarious designs for Pakistan. Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered, and 3 terrorists have been apprehended. 1 of them is injured, in injured condition. He has been sent to hospital. These terrorists are being interrogated, and more details are going to emerge, in the time to come. And the security forces right now have, intensified a search operation in that particular area along the line of control in Poonch district. They want to ensure there is no further presence of terrorists there, and there are no, IEDs that have been dropped by terrorists there. So they want to ensure that that particular area is properly sanitized. Follow me. Back to you.
Right. Sunil, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, Owaisi's stern dare over Telangana Secretariat dares BJP to demolish dome-like structure of the Secretariat, says, don't try to scare us. Big face-off over new Telangana Secretariat complex. Now, after state BJP chief Bandi Sanjay vowed to demolish the Secretariat dome, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi dared the Saffron party. Owaisi launched a scathing attack, asserting that it won't be easy to demolish a dome and that it's not BJP's personal property. He slammed the BJP over Bandi Sanjay's claim that it will conduct a surgical strike in Telangana's old city, saying it should mount a surgical strike on China instead. It was in February, in fact, when Bandi Sanjay had said that his party, the BJP, would demolish the domes of the state's new Secretariat building if it gets elected to power, suggesting that it will make changes to it to reflect the true culture of Telangana.
ఇలా సచివాలయాన్ని తాజ్ మహల్ కడుతున్నట్టే రాణి అన్న భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పడుతున్న ఆ భూములు కూల్చేస్తాం, పక్కా కూల్చేస్తాం డూములు. ఆ సచివాలయం అనేది తెలంగాణ సంస్కృతికి అనుగుణంగా, భారతీయ సంస్కృతికి అనుగుణంగా సచివాలయం సవరి మొత్తం రూపం కొత్త రూపం తయారు చేసి ఆ డూములను కూల్చేస్తాం. పక్కా తెలంగాణ సంస్కృతి ఉట్టిపడే విధంగా, భారతీయ సంస్కృతి ఉట్టిపడే విధంగా ఆ సచివాలయాన్ని
नहीं गुम्बद को तोड़ेंगे. अरे तोड़ जाके तेरे दम है तो बोलता काहे को. अरे तोड़ेंगे धरे के लुंगी उठा के डरा रहा हमको. जाके तोड़ के दिखा हम तेरे उधर को. नहीं गाड़ी का स्टीयरिंग इनके हाथ में है. बाप की जागीर है. जो मुंह को आ बोले तो मैं भी बोल सकता हूं बात. नरेंद्र मोदी से लेके पूरा शिद्रा निकाल दे तो आरएसएस का खड़े यहाँ पे बोले जा रहे.
Being a barrister doesn't know the meaning of the surgical strike, the methodology of surgical strikes. I'm helpless. Probably, unfortunately, the people of Telangana and particularly the Hyderabad people electing such a person who doesn't understand the meaning and methodology and spirit of the surgical strikes. If he comments on the Bandi Sanjay, that will be irrelevant. There is no meaning in that. I strongly condemn the Asaduddin Owaisi only to motivate or only to instigate the communal violence among the people in Hyderabad.
So that is, of course, the face-off now that's brewing between the BJP and the AIMIM. This after Bandi Sanjay, the chief of the Telangana unit of the Saffron party, said in February that if the BJP were to come to power in Telangana, then it would demolish the dome-like structure over the new Telangana Secretariat building and it would conduct a surgical strike. To do this, AIMIM hit out. Asaduddin Owaisi hit out and said it's not going to be that easy, and if you were to do a surgical strike, go ahead and do it on China. Slipping into a short break. Coming up next, disturbing Sahil Sakshi phone call. Acts as Sakshi and Sahil fought on the day of murder. The duo spoke on video call on May 27. Details on the other side.
Summer has arrived earlier than expected. But are you prepared to handle your skin and hair with utmost care that it demands during this season? Clearly, care in summers for skin and hair is very different from care in winters. The transition period is most important to begin with.
You have to change sometimes your skin routine maybe within 2-3 days. So what you do is don't over moisturize your skin. Sometimes over moisturization with the creamy and thick layer can actually give you a lot of acne. And your sunscreen needs also to be changed because you don't need to wear a sunscreen which is very thick now, because too thick a sunscreen can also cause several damage to your skin. So use a sunscreen which is right for your skin type. Now many of you can have a dry skin or oily skin or mixed type of skin. So choose a sunscreen right, research about your skin and go to a dermatologist.
First, let's talk about the mistakes that people tend to make. we often neglect our hair. Since we can't apply sunscreen to our hair, it's essential to cover the hair as much as possible to prevent direct contact with the scalp and keep harmful UV rays away. Relaxing in a pool during the scorching heat definitely sounds too tempting to resist. But don't overdo your pool time, as the chlorine water in the pool can damage your hair and skin.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Is there enough understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Mordani at these times, only on India Today.
News coming in right now. Allahabad High Court to announce Gyanvapi verdict today. Mega Gyanvapi verdict at 3:45 p.m. this afternoon. The plea seeks right to worship at the Shringar Gauri at Gyanvapi. So a big day as far as the whole Gyanvapi tussle was concerned. The Allahabad High Court will be pronouncing its verdict at 3:45 p.m. this afternoon. Mega verdict slated for this afternoon. That's the breaking piece of information that's coming in. The plea had sought the right to worship at the Shringar Gauri at the Gyanvapi Mosque complex. It had turned into a major dispute between the Hindu plaintiff and the Muslim side. It saw several arguments. It also saw an assessment which was ordered by the court of the complex in order to go into the historicity of the claims that were being made. The plea, of course, sought the right to worship at the Shringar Gauri inside the Gyanvapi complex. And today, of course, that verdict is expected. That's the latest we're getting from the ground, that the Allahabad High Court will be pronouncing its verdict in the Gyanvapi case at 3:45 p.m. this afternoon. It's a big day as far as this case is concerned, which saw several arguments being made by both sides in order to present their claims before the court. And that verdict is expected finally from the Allahabad High Court this afternoon at 3:45 p.m. Try and get you more details on that, but that is, of course, going to be a big development as far as this case is concerned. All eyes will be on the verdict, which will be pronounced by the Allahabad High Court as far as the Gyanvapi case is concerned. Remember that the Allahabad High Court had earlier reserved its verdict in the Gyanvapi Mosque case. This was towards the end of last year. And that verdict, that judgment on that petition is expected today. My colleague Abhishek Mishra is joining us live. Abhishek, you've extensively covered this court case. Today, of course, is D-Day as far as this verdict is concerned. It's been a long time coming for, of course, the plaintiffs and those who, in fact, opposed the plea made by the plaintiffs. This is expected to be a major judgment.
Well, absolutely, Polumi, and it is going to be a major development as far as this verdict is concerned if it comes in the favor of the Muslim side. That is something which is going to be very interesting today. The High Court is going to give this verdict. The decision was already kept reserved, and majorly it was about how these petitioners who was asking, those 5 women who were asking to ride for the worship at the Shingar Gauri temple in Varanasi, but the Muslim side, the Anjuman Intijamiya Committee has appealed against it at the High Court. And after the hearing, the major argument and the observation is about that it's the violation of the 1991 Places of Worship Act, at the same time 1995 Central Waqf Act, and that is something which is a major argument from the Muslim side. It is expected that the verdict is expected after 2 p.m. In the afternoon. That is something which is a big development. On the other hand, as we all know, that there is a lot of speculations over the scientific survey of the premises, which was claimed by the Hindu side, although the Supreme Court has holded it for a while. But today's verdict in the High Court about the fact that how the Muslim side had retaliated in the court and saying that it's a violation of the act, that is something going to be a major development if it comes in favor of the Muslim side in the Gyanvapi case. Yes.
Right. Abhishek, just one clarification. What time is the verdict specifically expected?
Well, it is expected after 2 p.m. in the afternoon. In the second half, it is expected that the judge will read the order. So that is the time which has been given. And as I told you, that all the arguments was already completed by 23rd of December 2022. And the decision was kept on hold. And that is something which will be clear now, whether or not Anjuman Intijamiya, the Muslim side who have been advocating about and have gone against the petition, is something which will be a highlight of today's verdict if it comes in their favor. Yes.
Okay. Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. My colleague Abhishek will be tracking all those big developments, that verdict, that very crucial judgment expected any time after 2 p.m. this afternoon. Now, details coming in. These are new CCTV images of the demonic murder that was committed in Delhi, that was caught on CCTV. CCTV shows that the young 16-year-old minor girl running away from the spot moments before the chilling Delhi murder. Sakshi seen running towards the crime spot. These are images from a little earlier, before the gruesome killing of the 16-year-old was caught on camera. Her accused in this case, Sahil, has now been nabbed by police. Watch this. You can see those CCTV images. These are from moments before the act was committed, the crime was committed. Sakshi was seen running away, and she, in fact, was running away towards the crime spot, and that is where the murder was committed. And then it was caught again on CCTV. See those images. You can see that young girl running. This is possibly after some sort of an altercation that she may have had with the accused in the case, Sahil. We will, of course, get more details from the police that are investigating this matter and try to ascertain the sequence of events. But these are just moments before that horrific murder was caught on camera on CCTV. You can see the young girl, the 16-year-old, who was bludgeoned to death by Sahil Khan, running away over there from the location where she was at and towards, unfortunately, the spot where the crime was committed and where she was brutally murdered. Sahil, remember, brutally stabbed her 20 times at least with a knife and then smashed her head with a slab of stone that he picked up from the road. It was horrific. It was almost demonic. Sahil, hours later, was nabbed by telepolice from Bulandshahr in Uttar Pradesh. He is currently being interrogated by the police for them to understand the sequence of events and what exactly happened and why exactly did he commit this horrific murder, which has been caught on camera in full public glare, where people just watched on, stood by in absolute horror and fear, did not intervene or stop Sahil from committing this demonic act. You can see those images, those CCTV images of how Sakshi, the young 16-year-old, in fact, she was walking away at that point of time. As you can see, these are from moments before the crime was committed. Himanshu Mishra, my colleague, is joining me over the phone line right now. Himanshu, हम वो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, आप इस वक्त हमें समझाइए कि ये कौन सी तस्वीरें हैं, कब ये सीसीटीवी में कैद हुई, क्या ये कुछ ही मिनटों पहले की तस्वीरें हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये जो तमाम तस्वीरें हैं ये कुछ ही मिनटों पहले की हैं। इस वक्त जहां पर मैं मौजूद हूं ये वो जगह है जहां से कुछ ही कदम की दूरी पर साक्षी की हत्या हुई थी और दरअसल यहीं पर 27 मई को शनिवार को 7 बजे के आसपास साक्षी साहिल से मिलने आई थी, लेकिन उस दिन साक्षी के साथ उसका जो झबरू, जो अजय, जो बगल में रहता है पास में, वो भी था और साक्षी की दोस्त भावना भी थी और भावना के जरिए ही साक्षी झबरू तक पहुंची थी और उसके बाद ये लोग समझाने आए थे। साहिल ने ही उनको यहां पर बुलाया था। तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि जब आपस में बातचीत हो गई और ये हुआ कि कोई तरीके से परेशानी नहीं की जाएगी, लेकिन 28 तारीख को आपस में कई बार बात होती है। कुछ वॉइस मैसेजेस भी बना करके साक्षी की तरफ से भेजे गए थे साहिल को और उसके बाद 7:12 पे, जैसा कि उसकी दोस्त भावना ने हमें बताया कि शाम को 7:12 यानी कत्ल से तकरीबन 1.5 घंटे पहले साहिल और इसकी बात भी हुई थी आपस में, साहिल और साक्षी की। जो सोशल मीडिया के तमाम प्लेटफॉर्म हैं उन्हीं के जरिए बात हुई थी और उसके बाद जब यहां से ये जो तमाम आप देख रहे हैं, जो सीसीटीवी आप देख रही हैं, यही वो मेन रास्ते हैं। एक इस तरफ रोड की तरफ का वीडियो है और एक दूसरी तरफ का सीसीटीवी है, जिसमें एक में वो चलती यही रास्ता है जिधर से वो चलती हुई आगे की तरफ जाती है। भावना का कहना है कि साक्षी ने उससे बोला था जब नीतू के घर जाना था कि उसे शौचालय जाना। अब शौचालय कहाँ है वो देखिए अपनी सामने, और कत्ल कहाँ हुआ ठीक।
Okay, we'll try and reconnect with my colleague Himanshu. He was trying to explain to us the sequence of events as it took place on that day, which is those CCTV images, as you can see on your screens right now. These are from moments before, in fact, that brutal murder was committed. Himanshu, आप हमें बता रहे थे कि किस तरह से ये पूरा सीक्वेंस प्ले आउट कर रहा था, आप बताइए।
देखिए पॉलमी, तो सामने देखिए जो शौचालय है, यहाँ जब वो उसके ठीक बगल में जो पेड़ आप देख रहे हैं, तो यहीं पर कत्ल हुआ। तो सवाल ये है कि क्या साहिल को इस बात की जानकारी मिल चुकी थी कि यहाँ पर आने वाली है साक्षी और वो यहीं पर उसका इंतजार कर रहा था, या फिर जब शाम के 7:12 पर आपस में बातचीत हुई थी दोनों की, तो उस बातचीत में यह तय हुआ था कि चलो मिलते हैं, आखिरी बार मिलते हैं, या फिर चूंकि एक दिन पहले साक्षी अपने दोस्तों के साथ मिली थी और धमकाया या समझाया, जो भी आप कहें, तो यहाँ पर समझाया उसको, या फिर जब उससे ये बोला, जब झबरू से हमारी बात हुई, झबरू ने ये बोला कि वो डेरे का गुंडा है, ये उसकी भाषा थी जो झबरू और भावना की तरफ से हमको बताया गया। तो अब यहाँ पर वो पहुंचा कैसे? क्या साक्षी को उसने किसी तरीके से बहला लिया, फुसला लिया और दोबारा यहाँ पर बुला लिया, या फिर आखिरी बार मिलने की बात करके बुलाया, या फिर उसको इस बात की जानकारी मिल गई थी कि वो आने वाली है और वो छिप के बैठ गया और मौके का इंतजार करने लगा। दिल्ली पुलिस अब इन तमाम कड़ियों को आपस में जोड़ रही है और दिल्ली पुलिस कहीं ना कहीं इस दिशा में उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन बढ़ रही है कि किस तरीके से साहिल ने पूरी वारदात को अंजाम देने से पहले एक प्लान किया था, कॉन्स्पिरेसी की थी, चाकू का इंतजाम किया था और उसके बाद उसने इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया। और उसके बाद जब यहां पर उसने इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया तो तकरीबन 8:45 बजे के आसपास आधे घंटे तक यानी 30 मिनट तक वो इसी इलाके में मंडराता रहा, घूमता रहा, कुछ देर एक पार्क में बैठा और फिर वो यहां से रिठाला जाता है। रिठाला यहां से तकरीबन 15 से 20 मिनट का वक्त लगेगा इस जगह से पहुंचने में। रिठाला वो पहुंचता है, वहां पर उसने जंगलों में चाकू फेंका, फोन को स्विच ऑफ किया, फिर वो समयपुर बादली यानी रिठाला से तकरीबन 25 मिनट के आसपास, 20-25 मिनट वो उसे समयपुर बादली आने में लगा। वहां पर एक मेट्रो स्टेशन के पास उसने रात गुजारी। अगले दिन सुबह, सोमवार की सुबह वो पहुंचा आनंद विहार, और आनंद विहार से फिर उसने बस पकड़ी और बुलंदशहर गया।
So that is where, in fact, he was caught from. Right. That is where he was caught from Bulandshahr eventually. And that is the sequence of events, as Himanshu was explaining to us, based on some of the CCTV footage that he's accessed from moments before the brutal murder was committed. Himanshu, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, more skeletons, unfortunately, tumble out in this case. After the police's big revelation, now Sakshi's friend Bhavna shares Sahil and Sakshi's last audio chat. In the audio released, one can clearly hear Sakshi lashing out at Sahil for acting like some gangster. Those images right now live on your screens of the accused in this case, Sahil Khan, being taken away for a medical examination. This is as per police procedure. You can see the accused in the Shahbad Dairy case now being taken away by the police for a medical examination. Remember that the police has been interrogating him since they nabbed him from Bulandshahr. Himanshu just a few moments ago was telling us how he escaped from the scene of the crime and reached Bulandshahr in Uttar Pradesh, from where he was eventually arrested by the police. He is a 20-year-old man who was said to be in a relationship with the victim. She had ended the relationship and wanted out of it, but Sahil, it appears, was in fact pressurizing her, and he stabbed her multiple times, 20 times at least, in full public view before bludgeoning her to death, which was then caught on CCTV camera. And the police then followed that trail in order to nab the accused. Sahil on your screens right now. He's being taken to a local hospital for medical examination as per police procedure. But several revelations now coming to the fore as the police has been interrogating the accused in this horrific murder, which includes an audio conversation between the victim and Sahil just a few hours before, where you can see, in fact, that the victim was lashing out at the accused. Probably that is what provoked him to commit this heinous crime. He, in fact, waited for her and killed her in the most demonic way possible. The 16-year-old girl was stabbed, smashed and crushed to death in full public glare. Police, in fact, reveal that a breakup between the two drove Sahil to kill the young girl, and that it was a pre-planned murder. For now, the girl's parents are only seeking justice for their daughter, demanding death penalty for her killer, Sahil. More in this report.
Before stabbing her 20 times and smashing her head 6 times with a slab of stone, Sahil Khan plotted the cold-blooded murder and called Sakshi to the crime spot and waited to ambush her. When Sakshi arrived, Sahil went on a stabbing spree and crushed her head multiple times in full public glare as passers-by looked on. The preliminary investigation reveals a breakup drove Sahil to kill Sakshi. Sahil was furious as Sakshi went back to her earlier boyfriend, Praveen. Sahil confronted Sakshi on the breakup before murdering her. After the murder, Sahil switched off his phone to dodge the police and fled to UP's Bulandshahr. He threw away the murder weapon, a knife, in Delhi's Rithala area.
बताया जा रहा है कि साहिल मैकेनिक का काम करता था, जबकि सरफराज जो उसके पिता हैं वो बढ़ई का काम करते थे, दरवाजा खिड़कियां ये सब बनाने का काम वो किया करते थे। फिलहाल पुलिस साहिल से लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है और ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर इस वारदात को अंजाम देने की प्लानिंग उसने कब रची थी।
Sahil has now admitted to killing Sakshi during interrogation by the police.
साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे पूरा जोर है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं सारे जितने भी इसमें हम लोग को एविडेंसेस मिल पाएं वो सब हम लोग जुगाड़ रहे हैं. फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज ऑन इट्स.
Sakshi, continuously harassed by Sahil, had confided in one of her friends and had urged him to help her.
साक्षी ने यही बोला, मैं 20 बार बता चुका हूँ कि मेरे को एक लड़का टॉर्चर कर रहा है, भाई थोड़ी मेरी मदद करो. तो मैं तो उसकी मदद ही करने गया था. हाँ. उस लड़के को समझाने ही गया था.
कहाँ मिला था साहिल आपको?
यहीं पर ही जहाँ पे मर्डर हुआ है.
जहाँ पे मर्डर
पहले भी वहीं मिला था.
अच्छा.
वहीं पर उसी ने बुलाया था.
While plotting Sakshi's murder, Sahil had been chatting with multiple girls. The police are probing if this was the reason for Sakshi breaking up with him.
इस कातिल को हर हाल में अगले 6 महीने के अंदर अंदर फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए. इसके ऊपर सरकार को काम करना चाहिए, कोर्ट्स को काम करना चाहिए.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has promised strict action for the gruesome murder.
उसको कठोर से कठोर सजा दिलाने के लिए दिल्ली सरकार जो है कोर्ट के अंदर बड़े से बड़ा वकील खड़ा करेगी.
आज मैं एलजी साहब से हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि देश के संविधान ने आपको दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था की, दिल्ली की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था की जिम्मेदारी दी है, लेकिन आप अब 24 घंटे सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीति करने में लगाते हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के काम रोकने में लगाते हैं. अगर आप अपनी संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी निभाएं तो आज दिल्ली में ये स्थिति नहीं होगी.
The BJP, however, is calling it a case of love jihad, pointing to Sahil wearing a Hindu sacred thread or kalava.
अगर कलावा घर में खानदान में कोई नहीं पहनता लेकिन बेटी को फंसाने के लिए कलावा पहन के आता है, इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं, जिहाद है.
Sakshi's parents have sought capital punishment for Sahil. Will Sakshi get justice in death? With Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The Kalava, the Rudraksh Mala and the Shiv Bhakti Bhajans on Sahil Khan's social media. Was it all a part of an elaborate trap for young girls like Sakshi? There is a clamour to probe the alleged love jihad angle in the murder case now. A neighbour claims Sahil had introduced himself as Rahul in the locality initially. Was Sakshi aware of the truth? Was she trying to distance herself from Sahil? The Delhi police say they will probe all angles and build a strong case seeking death penalty for remorseless Sahil Khan.
16-year-old Sakshi stabbed and bludgeoned to death by a 20-year-old man. The murder has numbed the entire nation. There is a new twist in the murder. When the alleged killer Sahil Khan was arrested from his aunt's house in Bulandshahr, the Hindu sacred thread Kalava was tied on his hand. Sahil is also seen wearing a Kalava in many of his Instagram posts as well. What's more surprising is another video of Sahil wearing a rosary of Rudraksha around his neck, with Om Shankar song playing in the background. These videos raise a big question whether Sahil was hiding his religious identity from Sakshi. After speaking to some Muslim community members in Sahil's village, it has emerged that even Muslims visiting dargahs tie kalava. आपने तो ये हाथ में कलावा बांध रखा है।
मेरी बहू है ना जो, उस पर बच्चे होते मर जाते थे। तो हम कल जर शरीफ दरगाह पे गए थे। तो वहाँ से हम हमारा लाग है ये। तो वहाँ हम अपनी चादर उधर चढ़ा के धागा वहाँ बंध गया था। मेरे बेटे का भी, मेरी बहू का भी।
अच्छा, तो इस तरीके के धागा मतलब इस्लाम में भी बनते हैं?
हाँ, अगर उनकी परंपरा हो तो बनते हैं।
As pictures of Sahil wearing kalava emerged, the BJP claimed love jihad in Sakshi's chilling murder.
अगर नाम झूठा बताता है तो इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं जिहाद है। अगर कलावा घर में खानदान में कोई नहीं पहनता लेकिन बेटी को फंसाने के लिए कलावा पहन के आता है, इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं जिहाद है। लव जिहाद के इस राक्षस से अपनी बेटियों को बचाना।
देखिए, ये जो घटना घटी है बहुत दुखद है। उस बच्ची के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था। उसके मन में जिहादी मानसिकता भरी हुई है और एक धर्म विशेष ने उसको इस काम पे लगाया हुआ है कि आपने जाकर हिंदू लड़कियों के साथ गलत काम करने हैं। तो ऐसी सोच के खिलाफ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ने की जरूरत है।
Love jihad or not, it is one more angle for the police to probe. With Himanshu Mishra from Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Rahul mocks Modi for bowing down to the sengol, says Modi bows down to the sengol to deceive, asserts I don't lie down like Modi.
The king of jungle, or should we say the prince, now in the care of Savitri at the Bannerghata National Park. Savitri Amma, as she is popularly known, is mother to orphaned cubs that are brought up here from all parts of Karnataka. Lion, leopard, tiger. She has been looking after them for the last 22 years. It's a bond she cherishes. She has sleepless nights when a cub falls sick.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೇವೆ, ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸಪ್ಪಗೆ ಮಲಗಿರ್ತವೆ, ಹಾಲು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಪ್ಪಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದಾಯ್ತದೆ. ಅವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾರ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೇನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ 2 ದಿವಸ ಊಟ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಹಾಲು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವಾಗ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಡ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಮೇಲೆ 3 ದಿವಸ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಸರೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ನಾವು ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಥರ ಹಾಲು ಉಡ್ಬಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಲು ಕುಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ಕೊತೀವಿ.
Savitri Amma, who communicates effortlessly with the cubs, is a woman of few words. Her world is all about her wild friends. Currently, 9 leopard cubs and 1 lion cub are under her watch.
ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಮಗು ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಹಾಲೇನೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಅವಾಗ ಕುಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು 3 ತಿಂಗಳಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ 3 ಟೈಮ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಿಕನ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೂಢಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಲು ಚಿಕನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The veterinary doctors at the facility say tending to cubs is no easy task.
Only thing, they come early 1 month, 15 days, 1 month cubs they come also. Different area. Early very difficult to handle also. After 3 months, 4 months.
Paytm has launched a credit card in collaboration with SBI Cards and NCPI. The RuPay card offers exclusive privileges to customers worth up to 75,000 rupees with a complimentary Paytm First membership that also includes offers for OTT platforms and flight ticket discounts through the Paytm app. Cardholders will also receive a 2% cashback on all purchases on the app and a 1% cashback on spends elsewhere.
2 market share हो जाते हैं पेमेंट में. How many people use our consumer app and how many people use our merchant services? Merchant services, we dominate in this country. More number of merchant take payment using Paytm technology than any other, if you will. On issuing side, I think we've stayed focused on select customer base and we are continuously growing. Our public listed company होने का advantage है. You're seeing our numbers quarter on quarter and user on user. We are committed to grow. What we are not chasing is a
sort of vanity number, if you will. What we are chasing is a good customer base, and we are focused on monetization as you've seen it. So we are consciously bothering about which kind of customers to acquire, which means that market share wise it may not be material, but on a revenue market share it is significantly material.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
Good afternoon and welcome to Lunch Break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Rahul Gandhi mocks Prime Minister Modi for bowing down to Sengol, says Modi bows down to Sengol to deceive, asserts I don't lie down like Modi does.
BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
Mega rally to mark Modi government's 9 years and 2 successive terms. BJP to showcase government's achievements. Prime Minister kicking off BJP's Rajasthan campaign too. Latest Morgan Stanley report hails India's story, says India transformed in the last 10 years, calls India a growth driver. As government counters the wrestlers' protest, asking why was a 7-year delay in filing a complaint also against Brij Bhushan Charan Singh. Opposition backs the sporting champs, slams the BJP, asks how is Brij Bhushan Charan Singh, a BJP MP Federation chief, still roaming free? Asaduddin Owaisi stern dare over the Telangana Secretariat controversy, dares the BJP to demolish the dome-like structure of the Secretariat, says do not try to scare us.
सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करते क्या हम
Stay tuned for the India Today South Conclave 5th edition 2-day mega summit in Thiruvananthapuram, saluting the powerhouse of India, analysing present and future.
Visuals coming in from China right now, where clashes have erupted between the Chinese security forces and Muslim civilians in Nagu, Yunnan province, which is in southern China, over a demolition that was being planned of the 13th century mosque's Najiang's dome. These clashes are taking place over the mosque demolition. The Muslim civilians there, the citizens of that area, are clashing with China's army personnel. They are guarding the mosque round the clock, not permitting its demolition by the armed forces. Now, the reason of the demolition is not clear, but the women also have decided to sit in protest. They're all surrounding the mosque premises. This was, according to local reports coming in, 13th century mosque. Remember, China has faced a lot of criticism over its treatment of the Uyghur Muslims in the past as well with regard to its detention camps. And now we are being told this news coming in from the Yunnan province in Nagu in southern China over a planned demolition of a 13th century mosque. Let's try and understand what's happening from our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, for the latest on that. Geeta, can you bring us up to speed about what exactly is unfolding in this area? And this is all in the backdrop also of already rising criticism against China with regard to Uyghur Muslims.
Well, this is police, particularly police state versus state in China, and it is a continued crackdown that we are seeing by Chinese authorities against the Muslim minority in China. But Pooja, this is a little different from Xinjiang province, where the Uyghur Muslims exist. This is the largest ethnic Chinese Muslim minority in the country. They're the Hui Muslims, who are about 700,000 in Yunnan province. Now, what really happened over here is that this really old mosque had some new constructions, which is what was actually not allowed. Now, after 2020, new domes and roof and minarets were installed, according to a court ruling in China that year in 2020. The additions were illegal, were ordered as illegal, and were to be removed. So, because of the court order, we're seeing the authorities come in, but the court order also comes because the government and the authorities plead.
Geeta, please keep tracking the latest on that, because it clearly looks like this is a violent clash and the civilians and the armed forces personnel, the police specifically, are in a conflict. We have some more news coming in. I have to dip into that. Geeta Mohan, thank you very much for now. This is a press briefing that is taking place in Poonch in the Jammu region. Remember, with regard to an infiltration bid that was foiled, two people were suspected terrorists were arrested. Let's listen in what senior police officials are saying.
देखिए, ये मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, इसको हम कर रहे हैं. जैसे ही कुछ आएगा हम आपको आगे बताएंगे इसके बारे में. आपने जो बोला रिलेशन है वो ये भी मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है. जैसा उसने बताया कि वो रिलेशनशिप में था, तो उसको हम आगे करेंगे. जैसा भी कुछ निकल के आएगा हम आपको बताएंगे. आपने कुछ नहीं, हमने उसकी बच्ची से कुछ पूछने की कोशिश की. उसने यही बताया कि कैसे इसे मौका मिला और एक इंटेंशन थी, ये बात करता था कि ऐसा कर दूंगा वैसा कर दूंगा. उसने बताया कि कुछ इंटेंशन थी, लेकिन उसको ये नहीं पता था. लेकिन कल उसे मौका मिला, वो दूर से उसने देखा है, तो इस पर भी हम जानकारी ले रहे हैं. कुछ आगे आएगा तो हम साझा करेंगे आपके साथ. एक्यूज्ड का नाम क्या है, कहाँ का है, और उनकी एज 18+ है कि वो 18 से वो भी, ये भी मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है. ग्रेजुअली जैसे ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम हम आगे क्लैरिफाई होंगे, वो हम आपको बताएंगे. तो पुलिस इस तरह की घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए क्या रणनीति है?
So we'll go across to that, as it appears that he wasn't exactly talking about this incident, but I just want to reiterate what has happened. 3 to 4 suspected terrorists have been nabbed in Poonch, which is of course the border area, borders with Pakistan, and they have been arrested with arms and ammunition. We are being told that this is clearly an infiltration bid that has been foiled on the line of control in Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. Another controversy or ongoing controversy now over the changes in the textbooks. There's now a purge in the NCERT school textbooks and also in Delhi University, though two different kinds. Now here's what's happening. Now the NCERT has removed the Khalistan demand references from the class 12th textbook. This is after a Sikh body, Shiromani Gurudwara Committee, sought withdrawal of a content stating that it is misrepresenting the Sri Anandpur Sahib resolution and needs to be taken off. And not just that, there's also going to be changes in Delhi University that has added a chapter on V.D. Savarkar in the 5th semester, pushing an existing chapter on Gandhi's contributions to India's freedom struggle to the 7th semester. Meanwhile, Karnataka is also facing its own kind of changes that are likely in its textbooks and its schools. What's happening in Karnataka is Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says they are going to desaffronize the textbooks in Karnataka, mulling to roll back any other revision implemented by the previous Basavaraj Bommai government. They have written to writers and academicians to review textbooks.
मोहम्मद इकबाल का चैप्टर बिल्कुल हटाया. मैं तो इस पे हैरान हूं कि 75 साल पढ़ाया क्यों गया उसको. और अगर मुझे तो जानकारी भी नहीं थी इस बात की, एकेडमिक काउंसिल में जब आया तो मेरे को हैरानी हुई कि हम लोग 75 साल से मोहम्मद इकबाल को पढ़ा रहे हैं. उन्होंने लिखा सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, पर माना तो कभी नहीं ना. लिखना एक बात है, माना कभी नहीं. पाकिस्तान का निर्माण करने में उनकी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका थी मोहम्मद इकबाल की, तो उनकी जगह हमको अपने और नेशनल हीरोज को पढ़ाना चाहिए. उन्होंने पाकिस्तान बनाया, पाकिस्तान के राष्ट्र कवि हैं, उनका हमारे से कोई लेना देना नहीं.
मैं दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के विद्यार्थियों का अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि आज उन्हें वीर सावरकर का चरित्र, उनका लेखन का अभ्यास करते हुए पॉलिटिकल साइंस प्रत्यक्ष रूप से सीखने की संधि मिली है, और यह संधि देने के लिए मैं दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय का आभारी हूँ.
Karnataka government, every time when there is a change in the guard, if at all we keep on revising the textbooks, is it not the burden on our students? So let's understand the politics on the textbooks or politics relating to the school education is absolutely ridiculous. Congress is doing unnecessary politics, and the people who are supporting the left ecosystem also should understand the facts rather than making it as an hangama.
We will have to do that because it is all distortion of history, and the way the textbooks were written were definitely with an ideology in mind. So we need to remove that, and we need to see that history is represented with facts, not fiction.
Let's go across to Milan Sharma for the latest on that, about what's exactly happening. Let's go across first to the Iqbal issue. There's also, of course, V.D. Savarkar. There's Khalistan demand. Now, Iqbal, we know, wrote Sare Jahan Se Acha. We also know that he was in many ways the first proponent for a Muslim Pakistan. And that has been a controversy for the longest time. So what is this decision that's being taken, Milan, now? And a Sikh body asking the Khalistan demand to be removed.
Well, Pooja, there are several changes that are happening in the education system at the moment, and the topic on Mohammad Iqbal and his chapters were removed from the undergraduate course of the Delhi University in an academic council meeting. That decision was taken. The idea behind is that the curriculum and the expert committee makers don't want to teach the students someone who envisioned the idea of a Pakistan or another state carved out of another country carved out of India. And of course, Mohammad Iqbal was a very great proponent of the idea of Pakistan. That is something that the university doesn't want to be, it should be taught to students. Apart from that, several other changes that you also pointed out. Savarkar has been added to the curriculum as a separate paper. This is for the first time ever that this has happened, because earlier also Savarkar was being studied as a very small part of the undergraduate political science course. Along with this, Mahatma Gandhi's chapters are being pushed to the 5th and the 7th semesters because Mahatma Gandhi is already taught a lot in the CBSE schools, in other class syllabus also ahead of the undergraduate course. And the latest one happens to be the removal of the reference of Khalistan. So from the political science textbook of class 12th, it happens to be that the government wants to change the narrative that anything negative in the image of India should be removed out. and only the contributions of the freedom fighters that fought for the country's struggle should stay.
And Karnataka is doing the opposite. It's saying we'll de-saffronize, whatever Basavaraj Bommai government had put forth, we are going to change it. So, there are a lot of changes that are happening, very dependent on the kind of government in the area. This is the fresh issue that has now led to a debate. With Rahul Gandhi presently in San Francisco now saying that minorities are feeling scared in India. Karnataka's Minister Priyank Khadge, the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, is supporting Rahul Gandhi, saying the BJP treats Muslims and Dalits as second-class citizens. Priyank Khadge has said, I quote him here, don't you feel that minorities, Dalits and the tribals are feeling insecure? Scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, backward minorities are all feeling like second-grade citizens in India, says Priyank Khadge. This is very similar to what Rahul Gandhi also said just about a few hours ago in the USA. Listen into what Priyank Khadge said.
That they are targeted and minorities in general are feeling this way, sir.
I don't think they are treated as second-grade citizens in the country. Don't you feel that the minorities and Dalits are feeling insecure? Don't you feel that the tribals are feeling insecure? Kindly have a look at what's happening in Manipur. Kindly have a look at what happened in Karnataka recently. What happened in, what about the Azan ban, the Jhatka cut, the other issues that the BJP brought up? The SCs, the STs, the backwards, the minorities, they all are feeling like second-grade citizens in the country.
So tomorrow in the cabinet, apart from the 5 promises, what other issues will be taken up? Because in the manifesto, of course, you've spoken about a host of issues. Last night you also hinted at a few.
See, whatever that needs to be come up, I think the Law and Parliamentary Affairs Minister and the Chief Minister will take a call on that.
Sir, there is a that in the country.
Right, so that's the big statement of support coming in, of course, from a fellow congressman, but also a minister now in the Karnataka government. Rahul Gandhi had basically said that Muslims and other minorities feel threatened right now in the manner in which, of course, targeting the BJP and the government at the centre. Now, Priyank Khadge says, isn't it correct that they do feel like second-grade citizens in India? Sengol, the spectre that was used and was installed in the new parliament building inauguration, is now back in the eye of the storm, and it's Rahul Gandhi leading that charge. Days after Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the building, placed the golden spectre in the parliament, politics has escalated. Rahul Gandhi in the USA has hit out at the centre, calling this all a distraction from real issues. Rahul Gandhi is claiming Bharatiya Janata Party does all these activities related to the sceptre, for example, and then mocked Prime Minister Modi when he bowed down before the Sengol. Earlier, Bihar's ruling party's RJD also took a jibe at Sengol by comparing it with late actor Amrish Puri's villainous character from the film. Now, Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya also insulted the Sengol, called the Adhinam seers radical Brahmins.
Everybody who has come to India, I think the Parliament House, these are distractions. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down?
Mr. Rahul Gandhi follows a complete theatrical exercise which has a pattern. And that pattern is he will go abroad and he will raise a set of attacks on India, on the Prime Minister, on the institutions of India. And then from time to time he will seek foreign indulgence, foreign interference. And this is a pattern consistency. It perhaps is born by the fact that Mr. Rahul Gandhi likes to travel abroad, which perhaps for several decades he has done several times a year. So he probably feels more comfortable in that environment to run down the country and get a few pats on his back. This pattern cannot be denied. He did it in England when he went there, and he said, what are Europe and America doing about it? When there was a national uproar on it, he the next day said, I never said so, and he modified his statement. Then the Congress party, which is always out there to defend on Rahul Gandhi ji, because they have no choice. After all, he's their supreme leader. He's from the Nehru Gandhi family. They are a family-based party. So after that, they all went at great pains to say, see the second statement as if the first didn't exist. Now he's gone ahead and said that the real issues are price rise, unemployment. If these are the real issues, he has every opportunity to raise it in an election. The national elections are next year. Those elections will be fought in India, not in San Francisco or London or anywhere else.
Remember, Rahul Gandhi is on a tour right now to the United States of America for the next 10 days. So first, he interacted in San Francisco with the Indian diaspora, and Rahul Gandhi launched immediately a stinging attack, very similar to what he said in the UK. This was against the BJP government at the centre, claiming that since he was facing difficulties to act politically, he started the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and the government tried its best to stop the Yatra but failed miserably. He also claimed that minority groups like Muslims, then Dalits in India are living in constant fear. He compared the situation of Muslims across India and said that it's similar to for Dalits in Uttar Pradesh specifically. Calling Tamil language more than just a language, Rahul Gandhi said he will not let regional languages be threatened. Hitting back at Rahul Gandhi, there are reactions coming in already from BJP leaders. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij called for his boycott, claiming that while global leaders he praises on Prime Minister Modi and India, and Rahul Gandhi continues to insult Prime Minister and the country on foreign soil.
You know, I think the Parliament House, these are distractions. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, you know, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down? And we've been putting pressure on the BJP to release the caste census, the numbers in the caste census. They are, of course, not doing it. And we'll continue to apply pressure. And if we come to power, we will do that. But we are committed, as the Congress party, to make India a fair place. And we understand deeply that India today, in terms of its treatment of Dalits, tribals, poor people, minorities, is not a fair place. Nafrat ke bazaar mein mohabbat ki dukaan. That is the best way I can say it. Which is that it is felt most strongly by the Muslim community. Okay, because it is done most directly to them. But in fact, it is being done to all minorities. I can guarantee you my Sikh brothers are feeling the same thing. I can guarantee you my Christian brothers are feeling the same, sisters are feeling the same thing. Right? I can guarantee you the Dalit community is feeling the same thing. Tribal community is feeling the same thing. The real issues in India are unemployment, price rise, spread of anger and hatred, crumbling education system, price of education, price of healthcare. These are the real issues. BJP can't really discuss them, so then they have to do the whole scepter thing, you know, lying down and doing all that. So, aren't you happy I'm not lying down? We understand deeply that India today, in terms of its treatment of Dalits, tribals, poor people, minorities, is not a fair place.
राहुल गांधी जी की हर विदेश यात्रा भारत का अपमान करने में कहीं पीछे नहीं रहती और इस बार की प्रायोजित ये विदेश यात्रा भी उसी दिशा में है जहां वो अपमान तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अंत में देश का अपमान करने से नहीं हटते। आखिरकार राहुल गांधी जी विदेश में जाकर क्या पाना चाहते हैं? इस प्रायोजित कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत वो क्या प्राप्त करने गए हैं? क्या देश के ऊपर कीचड़ उछालना ही उनका एक काम रह गया है?
India has never rejected any idea. Everybody who has come to India has been received with open arms and their ideas have been absorbed in India. And that is the India that we like. India that respects the rest of the world, India that is humble, India that listens, India that is affectionate. And that is the India that you represent. You would not be here if you did not agree with these values. You would, if you believed in anger, hatred, arrogance, you'd be sitting in a BJP meeting. Right? And I would be doing Man Ki Baat.
राहुल गांधी ने जिस तरीके का बयान दिया उसके बाद उन्होंने बीजेपी के साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री को भी आड़े हाथों लिया और उन्होंने कटाक्ष ये किया कि प्रधानमंत्री सब कुछ जानते हैं, इस तरीके की बातें उनकी तरफ से।
देखिए, एक चीज आपने महसूस भी किया होगा और पूरा देश ये महसूस करता है कि जब जब भारत की धाक और मोदी जी की धमक पूरी दुनिया में बढ़ती है तो इस घमंडी घराने के घोचू घरौंदे की सनक बढ़ जाती है। आज कैसे ये एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, स्वीकार नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि दुनिया क्यों कह रही है कि मोदी जी ने ये साबित कर दिया कि डेमोक्रेसी कैसे डिलीवर कर सकती है। आज दुनिया ये क्यों कह रही है कि दुनिया की मोदी इज बॉस। तो इनको तो लगता है कि जो डायनेस्टी है वही डेमोक्रेसी है, क्योंकि इनकी सोच और सनक तो वही है, इंडिया इज इंदिरा, इंदिरा इज इंडिया। जो इंडिया इज इंदिरा, इंदिरा इज इंडिया, कांग्रेस इज कंट्री, कंट्री इज कांग्रेस।
राहुल गांधी जी की एक प्रॉब्लम है, जब उनके सामने माइक आ जाता है उनको पता नहीं चलता वो क्या बोल सकते हैं। जो आदमी माइक पे ये कह सकता है राहुल गांधी मर गया, ये राहुल गांधी ही नहीं है, वो कुछ भी बोल सकता है। जो आदमी अपनी सरकार 1980 के दशक में जो रही हो उसके लिए कह सकता है कि वहां दलितों के हालात बहुत खराब थे, वो सच बोल रहे हैं या क्या बोल रहे हैं भगवान जाने, तो वो कुछ भी बोल सकता है। सोनिया गांधी जी ने बड़ी कोशिश की कि जब वो को प्रेसी करें, कुछ करें, वो अपने साथ लीडर बिठाती हैं, लेकिन वो समझाते रह जाते हैं, राहुल जी बेकाबू हो जाते हैं। खड़गे जी ने बड़ी कोशिश करके देख ली। तो मैं नहीं समझता कि जो राहुल गांधी जी को प्रॉब्लम है उसका सोल्यूशन ना तो उनके माता जी के पास है ना कांग्रेस के पास है। कांग्रेस के सभी लीडर, कांग्रेस के सभी वर्कर एम्बैरेस होते हैं उनकी हरकतों से।
जिन्होंने मुसलमानों की राजनीति करी, मुसलमानों को डरा के रखा, मुसलमान ना डरा था, ना मुसलमान डरा है, ना मुसलमान डरने वाला है। मुसलमानों के नाम पर जो राजनीति हुई, अब मुसलमान समझ चुका है कि हमें इस्तेमाल किया गया, हमें डराया गया। तो मैं समझता हूं कि जिनको डर है खुद का, वो दूसरों को डरा रहे हैं।
Before I wrap up this bulletin, I want to leave you with this visual about literally a sort of a global fight in air, and that between Washington and Beijing. Here's what's happened. Chinese fighter jet intercepted a US Air Force plane over the South China Sea on 26th of May. Pentagon says the Chinese pilot flew an unnecessarily aggressive maneuver directly in front of the nose of the US Air Force aircraft. Went on for a few seconds, but clearly reflective of the tensions between the two countries, even in air.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Most important would be to go and consult a dermatologist, because this is not something you can treat on your own. However, what is the basic step and why does it happen? So heat rash happens because of the trapping of the sweat gland or sweat duct, and there is sweat under the skin. So you see it can be of varied types. It can be red color, or it can be crystal-like, or it can be pustular. So these are the various types of heat rash which can be seen depending upon the level of the sweat duct which is involved. So most important steps which we can do during summers is to wear loose clothing. Don't wear very tight clothing, because that can cause friction, as well as it can lead to mechanical damage because of rubbing, and so the skin barrier could be disrupted. So make sure that your barrier is intact, and you can use moisturizer which will act like a lubricating agent, so it will protect your skin.
You have to use something to negate the effects of your direct exposure to sun, like hat you can use goggles, so that eye irritation will not happen. You can cover your arms and your body parts with a soft cotton clothes, so that you will not get sunburns.
One of the symptoms of dehydration is lightheadedness and mild headache. Of course, be very clear in your head that this is not the basic sign of dehydration. So there are a lot of headaches which happen in summers, especially those who are prone to migraine. Summers and extreme heat precipitates the headache, and therefore dehydration of course can give you lightheadedness and some headache, but other causes of headache must also be considered.
Is there enough understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Mordani at these times, only on India Today.
Big news coming in on Brij Bhushan Charan Singh. This, remember, with regard to the FIR also that was filed, but our sources telling us that for now no evidence has been found against the Federation chief. Delhi cops are likely to file an investigation report in the next 15 days. Remember, the Delhi police had been investigating this case ever since a complaint had been turned into an FIR. A probe panel has also been set up, but no such evidence, according to our sources with the cops, has been found against the Federation chief so far that he should be arrested right away. Delhi police is likely to file in the court in the next 15 days an investigation report in this case if evidence is found, and then there will be a charge sheet. Otherwise, the police will file a final report, and that will be filed by the police when evidence is not usually found in a case. Statements of many people have been recorded, according to our sources with the cops, and there are witnesses also whose statements have been recorded officially as well. This is big news coming in. Remember, this is about because allegations were that he's not arrested. The wrestlers wanted him to be arrested right away. FIR has been filed against him. Charges have been filed. But there was an investigation that is on. For now, we are being told that the allegations, because they seem to quite a few years ago, therefore, there are witnesses whose statements have been recorded. But let's try and get more details on that. With what documents, what is happening with the investigation currently with the Delhi police. Arvind Oja getting us the latest on that. अरविंद, ये काफी बड़ी खबर आप हमें दे रहे हैं। क्या ये पुलिस के खेमे से आई है कि अभी ऐसा कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस नहीं निकला है ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह के खिलाफ?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेज ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि FIR दर्ज की गई है और उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया गया है, लेकिन अभी इस तरह का कोई सॉलिड एविडेंस नहीं है ब्रिजभूषण सिंह के खिलाफ कि उन्हें तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेज का कहना है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है, अगर किसी केस में 7 साल से कम की सजा का प्रावधान होता है तो उसमें जरूरी नहीं है कि आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी तुरंत की जाए। लिहाजा दिल्ली पुलिस जांच कर रही है और दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि उनके पास अधिकार है। उसके अलावा अगले 15 दिन के अंदर दिल्ली पुलिस कोर्ट में अपनी रिपोर्ट दाखिल कर सकती है। अब देखना होगा पूजा कि क्या वो चार्जशीट होगी। चार्जशीट किसी केस में तब होती है जब एविडेंस मिलते हैं, तब चार्जशीट होती है। अगर एविडेंस नहीं मिलते हैं तो फाइनल रिपोर्ट, यानी एक तरीके से कहें तो क्लोजर रिपोर्ट जो है वो पुलिस दाखिल करती है। तो अब ये देखना होगा कि किस तरह की रिपोर्ट पुलिस दाखिल करती है, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेज का कहना है कि अभी तक उनके खिलाफ इस तरह का कोई सॉलिड एविडेंस नहीं मिला है, क्योंकि जो आरोप लगाया गया,
लेकिन हमें ये बताइए कि क्या विटनेसेस का जो लड़कियां हैं, जो यंग रेसलर्स हैं, जिनका कहना है कि उनके साथ गलत हुआ, हरासमेंट हुआ, क्या वो विटनेसेस और इन विक्टिम्स की, सर्वाइवर्स की जो मानते हैं, जिन्होंने एलिगेशन लगाया, क्या उनका रिकॉर्ड हुए हैं स्टेटमेंट्स? क्या उनको इंश्योर किया है कि उनके व्यूज लिए गए हैं पुलिस से? क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन ठीक चल रहा है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए आपको बताऊं, जितने भी 7 विक्टिम्स थे उनका जो स्टेटमेंट है वो 164 के तहत जो मजिस्ट्रेट है उसके सामने बयान रिकॉर्ड कराया गया, जो एक लीगल प्रोसीजर होता है। लेकिन उसके आधार पर पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती है कि क्या कोई एविडेंस है, क्या कोई विटनेस है, क्योंकि जो सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट की एलिगेशन थी पूजा, वो काफी पुरानी थी। तो ऐसे में जो जगह पर, चाहे वो कजाकिस्तान हो, चाहे एक रांची, जो 2 प्लेस के बारे में दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेज ने बताया है, उन तमाम जगहों पर गई है। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस को ना कोई CCTV मिला है, ना कोई विटनेस मिला, ऐसा दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप ऑफिशियल का दावा है, क्योंकि SIT टीम बनाई थी इस मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए। तो दिल्ली पुलिस का ये कहना है कि अभी तक कोई ऐसा एविडेंस नहीं मिला है कि ब्रिजभूषण की गिरफ्तारी की जाए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट का हवाला देते हुए बताया है कि अगर किसी केस में 7 साल से कम की सजा होती है तो उसमें जरूरी नहीं है कि आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी तुरंत की जाए। नंबर 3, चूंकि एलिगेशन काफी पुराने थे, इसलिए दिल्ली पुलिस को यह अधिकार है कि वो पहले जांच करे, उसके बाद FIR दर्ज करे। और इस केस में भी ऐसा हुआ जब आरोप लग रहा था।
Keep tracking the latest. This is very big news that you're telling us. Sources with Delhi police have told our colleague Arvind Oja, no evidence found against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. If evidence found, they will file a charge sheet. Otherwise, a final report, which usually also means a closure report. Meanwhile, political showdown on that. Congress party addressing a press briefing. Let's dip into that.
मांग करते हैं और हम सरकार पर विश्वास व्यक्त करते हैं कि सरकार हमारे साथ न्याय करेगी। किसी भी विपक्षी पार्टी को या राजनीतिक दल को उस धरने पे खिलाड़ियों ने से आने से मना किया कि कोई नहीं आएगा। हमें सरकार पे विश्वास है, हम विश्वास व्यक्त करते हैं सरकार पे। सरकार राजधर्म निभाएगी, हम भी इस देश की नागरिक हैं। तब ये कहा गया कि केस दर्ज, तब ये कहा गया कि नाम आगे आए जो लड़कियां हैं। ये वो देश है कि कोई भी लड़की, ऐसा कोई भी बहन, कोई बेटी इस तरह के अगर आरोप अपनी खुद की अस्मिता को दांव पे लगाकर ही इस तरह के आरोप कर, बहुत साहस का काम है, आसान काम नहीं है। मगर खिलाड़ियों ने 3 महीने तक सरकार पे विश्वास रखा, दर दर ठोकरें खाई, हर सरकार के मंत्री के दरवाजे खटखटाए, लेकिन उनको न्याय नहीं मिला। ऐसी निर्दयी अन्यायी सरकार, जब खिलाड़ियों को ये बात समझ में आई कि सरकार तो आरोपी को बचाने के लिए हर तरह के प्रयास कर रही है, तब खिलाड़ी दोबारा से जंतर मंतर पे बैठे, ये बेटियां, और तब इन्होंने कहा कि भाई हम देश में कोई भी हमें समर्थन दे, क्योंकि हम अकेले अब लड़ाई कब तक लड़ें। और उसके बाद से लगातार अगर आप देखें, किसी सरकार के सीनियर मंत्री ने कोई अभी तक सीरियस स्टेटमेंट तक नहीं दी। आपके देश के, मैंने आपको बताया, 17 में से 10 मेडल, लगभग एक खेल के, एक प्रदेश के, इस 21वीं सदी के ओलंपिक के इंडिविजुअल मेडल। और इनकी सरकार के में जो ये कह रहे हैं कि खेलो इंडिया इतने मेडल आ गए, इनकी सरकार के समय के 8 में से 4 मेडल। उनको कल बहाने के लिए जो पहुंच रहे थे खिलाड़ी, आपने उनको रोकने की अपील तक नहीं करी। यह भी नहीं कहा कि निष्पक्ष जांच, मैं जिम्मेदारी लेता हूं, निष्पक्ष जांच होगी। आपने, आपकी सरकार ने, तो आप तो इन खिलाड़ियों से ही नहीं, ये तो मेडल से घृणा आपकी सरकार कर रही है। तो आज नाउमीदी कहां तक पहुंच गई होगी खिलाड़ियों के दिलों में कि खिलाड़ी इस कदम के लिए मजबूर हुए। जैसे मैंने कहा, ये मेडल उनके लिए उनके बच्चों समान है, उनके प्राण समान है। 15-15 रुपए बताने वाले को जितना वो कहेंगे हम देने को तैयार है। वो मेडल खरीद के दिखाए ओलंपिक के, क्यों नहीं खरीद पा रहे मेडल? और आगे क्या जवाब देंगे हम अगली पीढ़ी को? तो ये मैं समझता हूं आज नाउमीदी तो निसंदेह इस स्तर तक पहुंची कि वो पहुंचे वहां। लेकिन आगे, आपने कहा कि आगे क्या होगा? आगे इस न्याय की लड़ाई में हम अपनी बेटियों के साथ हैं, देश उनके साथ है, कांग्रेस पार्टी भी साथ है, और पार्टी से ऊपर उठ के देश अपनी बेटियों के साथ है। जब तक न्याय नहीं मिलेगा तब तक उनका हम साथ देंगे। हाँ, हम अपील जरूर करना चाहते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से भी कि ये मेडल किसी ब्रिज भूषण की मेहरबानी से नहीं आए, ये इनकी मेहनत से आए, इनकी तप से, तपस्या से, इनकी प्रतिभा की वजह से, इनके माँ बाप के त्याग की वजह से ये मेडल आए हैं। वो हम ये अपनी बेटियों से जरूर कहना चाहते हैं, इस फैसले को, जैसे 5 दिन जो टला है, इस पे वो पूर्ण विचार करें, मेडल्स नहीं बहाए जाएं। और इस बात के लिए हम कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से उनसे अपील करते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी उनकी
Right, so that's Deepinder Hooda, who's a Congress member of Parliament, also from Haryana, where majority of the wrestlers are from. One of the reasons he's conducting this press conference to saying what will we say to the next generation. So of course a huge political showdown between the Congress and the BJP, because the Federation chief, who stepped aside from daily working affairs right now, but is also a BJP member of Parliament. So you're looking at these two visuals. We also spoke earlier to Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. But first, Arvind Ojha is who I want to go across to. Arvind, आप जो हमें दिल्ली पुलिस के हवाले से बता रहे हैं कि वहाँ no evidence का अभी कहा जा रहा है, that there's been no evidence that's been found. इसका क्या मतलब होता है, ये थोड़ा समझाएं। अभी ऑफ कोर्स फाइनल रिपोर्ट या चार्जशीट बनने में टाइम है, लेकिन जब पुलिस का ये माना जाता है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमने ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट कर ली है पर एविडेंस नहीं मिला है, जिस तरह का हमें कहा गया है एलिगेशंस के हिसाब से, उसका क्या मायने रखता है?
नहीं, देखिए, आपको ये समझना होगा पूजा कि देखिए जो विक्टिम्स हैं, उन्होंने जो आरोप लगाया और उसके बाद कंप्लेंट दी है दिल्ली पुलिस को, उसमें जो घटना यानी जो वारदात हुई है, जो इंसिडेंट हुआ है, वो बैकडेट का है, यानी तकरीबन 1 साल पुराना है। 1 साल पहले जो इंसिडेंट हुआ उसकी रिपोर्ट 1 साल बाद करवाई गई है। तो ऐसे में पुलिस जो है वो कोई भी एलिगेशन होता है उसकी पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ही एफआईआर दर्ज करती है। जैसा एलिगेशन लग रहा था कि दिल्ली पुलिस एफआईआर नहीं दर्ज कर रही थी, तो दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेज ने सबसे पहले तो ये साफ किया है कि चूंकि ये पुराना मामला था इसलिए पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी इनिशियल, उसके बाद एफआईआर दर्ज होगी। एफआईआर दर्ज हुई, उसके बाद उन तमाम प्लेस पर दिल्ली पुलिस की एसआईटी टीम, एसआईटी फॉर्म की गई थी, एसआईटी की टीम पहुंची वो एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के लिए, जिसमें ऐसे कोई अभी तक बहुत सॉलिड एविडेंस नहीं मिले हैं जिससे ब्रिज भूषण सिंह को तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए, ऐसा दिल्ली पुलिस का दावा है, नंबर 1। दूसरा जो सबसे अहम है कि गिरफ्तारी को लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेज ने बताया है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक जजमेंट है कि जिसमें जिस केस में 7 साल की कम सजा होती है उसमें आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी की तुरंत जरूरत नहीं होती है, इसलिए गिरफ्तार नहीं किया गया। इसके अलावा जो सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि 15 दिन के अंदर दिल्ली पुलिस कोर्ट में अपनी रिपोर्ट दाखिल करेगी। अब ये देखना होगा कि क्या वो चार्जशीट होगी। चार्जशीट तब दाखिल होती है जब किसी केस में एविडेंस मिलता है, आरोपी के खिलाफ कोई एविडेंस मिलता है। अगर चार्जशीट नहीं दाखिल करती है तो फिर दिल्ली पुलिस फाइनल रिपोर्ट यानी एफआर दाखिल करती है। एफआर दाखिल तब होता है, फाइनल रिपोर्ट दाखिल तब होता है जब किसी केस में सबूत नहीं मिलते हैं। तो अब ये देखना होगा कि अगले 15 दिन बाद जब दिल्ली पुलिस कोर्ट में जाएगी तो क्या वो चार्जशीट लेकर जाएगी सबूतों के साथ, या फिर फाइनल रिपोर्ट जाएगी जिसमें बताया जाएगा कि सबूत तो मिले ही नहीं। क्योंकि इस मामले में एसआईटी की टीम उन तमाम प्लेसेस पर गई जहां पर विक्टिम्स ने एलिगेशन लगाया था कि वहां पर उनके साथ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट हुआ, लेकिन न तो वहां पर कोई विटनेस मिला, न कोई सीसीटीवी मिला, सिवाय दिल्ली पुलिस के पास विक्टिम्स के स्टेटमेंट के अलावा, जैसा दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं।
रेसलर्स का अभी आप रेसलर्स से भी पिछले कुछ दिनों से बात कर रहे हैं, उनकी प्रोटेस्ट कवर कर रहे थे जंतर मंतर पे, वो तो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि एविडेंस भी है, एलिगेशन गलत नहीं है, सीरियस है, और अगर अभी आपने इस बात का नोट नहीं किया तो आगे लड़कियां ज्वाइन भी नहीं कर पाएंगी रेसलिंग फेडरेशन जब तक ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह उसके चीफ है। काफी कुछ गलत होता है, तो वो तो काफी कॉन्फिडेंट थे कि एविडेंस है। तो क्या ये सब एविडेंस लिया गया होगा, क्या इन्होंने दिया है, ये सब भी पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन बनेगा अरविंद?
नहीं, बिल्कुल, देखिए एविडेंस बनेगा। देखिए आप इस बात को समझिए पूजा की, देखिए खिलाड़ियों का सम्मान पूरा देश करता है और सेना का सम्मान पूरा देश करता है, लेकिन जब बात अदालत की होती है, जब बात क्राइम और इन्वेस्टिगेशन की होती है पूजा, तो अदालत मांगती है सबूत। दिल्ली पुलिस से या किसी भी कंसर्न एजेंसी से एविडेंस मांगती है। अदालत के बाहर क्या एलिगेशन लगाए गए वो अदालत का हिस्सा नहीं होता, लेकिन जब किसी केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है और खास तौर से पुलिस जब अदालत में कोई रिपोर्ट लेकर जाती है तो अदालत सिर्फ एविडेंस देखती है, कोई बयान नहीं देखती है। तो एविडेंस क्या है वो जुटाना पुलिस की जिम्मेदारी होती है, और पुलिस के जो अधिकारी हैं उनका ये कहना है कि एलिगेशन काफी जो इंसिडेंट है वो काफी पुराना था। जब हमारे पास कंप्लेंट आई हमने इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन की और उसके बाद एफआईआर दर्ज की, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, एविडेंस अभी तक ऐसे ब्रिजभूषण के खिलाफ नहीं मिले हैं कि उनको तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए। नंबर 3 कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये जजमेंट है कि 7 साल से कम सजा किसी केस में होती है तो जरूरी नहीं है कि आरोपी को तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए। नंबर 4, अभी तक ऐसे एविडेंस मिले नहीं। हालांकि 15 दिन के अंदर दिल्ली पुलिस अपनी एक रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में दाखिल करेगी। अब वो क्या चार्जशीट होगी? चार्जशीट तब होती है जब किसी आरोपी के खिलाफ, किसी अक्यूज के खिलाफ एविडेंस मिलते हैं, नहीं तो फिर दिल्ली पुलिस फाइनल रिपोर्ट दाखिल करती है, और फाइनल रिपोर्ट तब दाखिल होती है जब एविडेंस नहीं मिलते।
अगले 15 दिन अरविंद, 15 days, very important, as Arvind Oja is telling us that Delhi police will be looking for as much evidence as possible. If they get evidence, they file a charge sheet against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and all that has been found in the investigation. If no evidence, it will mean a final report. That could also in some ways also mean a closure report. It will all be submitted to the court. But it will be eventually, as Arvind Oja, my colleague, is telling us, the fact is, as serious as these allegations are of harassment, physical, mental and sexual in nature, but will need evidence in the court to be proven against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, because he is very confident that all this is baseless. Protest at the Ganga River in Haridwar yesterday evening. One is of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh going around with his political matters also right now. We tracked him down, asked the man in the eye of the storm what is his reaction to all that's been going on. He spoke to India Today's Abhishek Mishra and this is what he said.
उन्हीं के निवेदन पर ओवरसाइट कमेटी बनी, आईओ की कमेटी बनी, उन्हीं के निवेदन पर एफआईआर हुआ है, जांच चल रही है। अब उसमें हम उनकी क्या मदद कर सकते हैं? अब आज मेडल फेंकने गई थी, मेडल मतलब डालने के लिए गई थी, फिर गंगा जी में, अब गंगा जी के बजाय टिकैत को दे दी, तो ये उनका स्टैंड, हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
Remember, it's been 35 days right now. Wrestlers continue their fight, even if not on Jantar Mantar, but in different strategies that they have put forth. All of this is against the Federation chief, who stepped aside for now, but continues to be at the helm of affairs, is also a BJP member of parliament. Now, the wrestlers who are our top sporting heroes in that sport, they are lashing out, specifically at government at the centre. The political showdown has also come in. The Congress party is charging at the BJP at the centre as well over these harassment accusations against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has come out in support. So has Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, questioning Prime Minister's silence, stating that Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is being booked under POCSO, is still roaming free. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah has also jumped into this controversy, and he's also asserted that wrestlers are only suffering for raising their sexual harassment charges. Remember yesterday, these were the visuals when just before they wanted to throw away their medals away in the Ganga River. These are our champions who are protesting. They're questioning the government at the center, highlighting also the silence. But they were stopped few kilometers from the site, and that they will not be allowed to immerse their medals. Naresh Tiket also had joined in this.
I think it's a disgrace to our country that we have not been able to demonstrate sufficient respect. We should have said people who have brought such laurels to the country, when they have a concern, it must be looked into, it must be investigated immediately. I don't understand this government's attitude. I can see the politics behind it, because the person who is accused has a position in a state, perhaps has influence in some seats, but there is also such a thing as justice.
मैं समझता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को अपनी चुप्पी तोड़नी चाहिए, इन पहलवानों से बातचीत करनी चाहिए। कल नरेश टिकैत जी ने इस दिशा में अपनी ओर से जो पहल ली है वो धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं कि कम से कम उन्होंने पहलवानों को अपना मेडल प्रवाहित करने से रोका। लेकिन जो काम सरकार का है, जो काम मोदी जी का है, जो काम प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, यही बेटियां जब मेडल लेके आती हैं तो सबसे पहली ट्रेन से उन लोगों को बुलवा के, पहली फ्लाइट से उन लोगों को बुलवा के फोटो खिंचाने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी बेताब रहते हैं, बीजेपी के नेता बेताब रहते हैं, और इतना सब कुछ हो रहा है वो खामोश हैं, चुप हैं।
इन्होंने मेडल जीते हैं इस भारत के लिए, भारत का नाम ऊंचा किया है, मगर जिस तरह से पुलिस ने इन पे कल जो किया वो बहुत गलत है। मैं समझता हूँ
सियाराम सिंह जी रमापुर, ओम प्रकाश सिंह जी, सवाजीत सिंह जी, वीरेंद्र सिंह जी, आजाद सिंह पस्का, राजकरण सिंह जी, राजेश सिंह जी, ध्रुव दुबे, धीर दुबे, राजा सिंह, दिलपुर सिंह, अनिल शास्त्री, अमित सिंह, अधीर सिंह, अनूप सिंह, विवेक सिंह, मुकेश सिंह, करिया सिंह और हमारे हनुमानगढ़ी अयोध्या से चल करके आए हमारे हरिशंकर दास जी के शिष्य है बलराम दास जी, और गोविंद शास्त्री जी, और हमारे सामने बैठे हुए सभी हमारे सम्मानित बुजुर्ग नौजवान साथी, माताओं, बहनों, सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। भाइयों, हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि पहले आपकी कमिश्नरी का नाम अवध होता था, अवध, और अवध में 4 जिले होते थे। जब फैजाबाद इसकी कमिश्नरी हुआ करती थी तो उसके 4 जिले उस कमिश्नरी के अंतर्गत आते थे। एक जिला था बाराबंकी, दूसरा जिला था फैजाबाद, तीसरा जिला था सुल्तानपुर, और चौथा जिला था गोंडा, और 5वां।
So big developments may be expected in the next 15 days at least with regard to this big case coming up and the investigation that's on. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. When I return, I tell you more about India Today's South Conclave 2023's 5th edition. It's a 2-day mega summit in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, saluting the powerhouse of India, analyzing the present and future. These are newsmakers coming together in Kerala like never before. Stay tuned as we get you the latest. Of numbers for Q4, so congratulations on that. The company has turned break-even at the operating level for the quarter. Help our viewers understand your own sense as to when do you really expect to turn break-even at the net level now, and profitability once attained, how do you see it growing further?
I think
next year we have guided that we should be profitable at the PAT level. We should obviously, to achieve that, we have to be significantly profitable at the adjusted EBITDA level. And what that also implies is from a cash flow perspective, we are already positive. So both at an operating adjusted EBITDA level and a cash flow level, we have now been positive. Now, I think, Sakshi, what one needs to understand is the core business has now been profitable from a EBITDA perspective, operating level, for about 6-7 quarters now. So it's not a new thing for the core business. I think what has happened is the core business is now making enough EBITDA to cover the losses created by the new initiatives. The new initiatives, I think we started about 18 months ago. We have grown very rapidly in those. And yes, when you grow such a business, you have some investments. We have now reached a stage where we are comfortable with our losses on the new initiatives.
Since 2017, the India Today Group has been bringing you the India Today Conclave South. And this year, the two-day conclave takes place on the 1st and 2nd of June in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Here's a look at the showstoppers of the two-day conclave coming up Thursday and Friday. Don't miss it. India Today Conclave South's 5th edition once again salutes the power and reveres the potential of the 6 southern states of India. Power-packed with politicians, industrialists and a wide range of entertainers, musicians, dancers and painters. India Today Conclave South is being held for the first time in the capital of the southernmost state, God's own country. At Thiruvananthapuram on 1st and 2nd June, the event will celebrate the economic resurgence, artistic heritage and civic evangelism of the South, making it a must-attend event in the power calendar of the 6 states, including Puducherry. India Today Conclave South 2023 opens with an address by the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan on the Kerala Way. Its uniqueness, its aspirations now that he has declared it as the first totally e-governed state. Former Union Finance Minister P. Chidambaram is to do a stock-taking on the changing trends, issues and challenges in the polity.
There are governments which were stolen from the Congress party with the help of the governors. Tell me.
In the wake of the controversial film The Kerala Story, the All India Majlis-e-Ittehadul Muslimin chief Asaduddin Owaisi assesses whether or not communal polarization is a growing threat and how it impacts the Muslim identity. Ram Madhav, a member of the Board of Governors India Foundation, speaks about leveraging the Indian Ocean. From Tinseltown, veteran actor turned politician Kamal Hassan speaks on his never say die approach.
There is a reason why.
Rana Daggubati on how to break boundaries of language and geography to evolve as a pan-India star. And Sobita Dhulepala, revealing the lessons learned from many languages and formats to be recognized as a bright star. On the expanding business environment, India's G20 Sherpa and former CEO Niti Aayog presents the prospects on the role of the southern state in the Make in India endeavor. Infosys co-founder Chris Gopalakrishnan analyzing the success and challenges of India's startup ecosystem. And India's space quest in the context of the new space policy 2023 and growing the space economy is to be unveiled by ISRO chairperson S. Somanath. This and more power-packed conversations and brainstorming sessions to reign in Kerala between 1st and 2nd June, so do not miss this 5th edition of India Today Conclave South. Right, so looking forward, clearly stay tuned for that big India Today Conclave South coming up. I'm heading into a very short break. I get you the top political story, how Rahul Gandhi decided to mock Prime Minister Narendra Modi for bowing down to the sengol, saying Modi bows down to sengol spectre to deceive from other issues. I don't lie down like that, he said.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 35 and minimum 22 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 43 and minimum 29 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching.
Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
महाराजा दशरथ भगवान राम को अपना उत्तराधिकारी बनाना चाहते थे। ध्यान से सुनिएगा, भगवान राम को महाराजा दशरथ अपना उत्तराधिकारी बनाना चाहते थे और राम के उत्तराधिकारी बनने पर या बनेंगे सबसे ज्यादा प्रसन्न अगर कोई था तो कैकेयी थी, क्योंकि कैकेयी सबसे ज्यादा प्यार राम को करती थी। राम को करती थी। रामचरितमानस में भी ये प्रसंग आया है और वाल्मीकि में भी ये प्रसंग आया है। लेकिन उसी समय मंथरा व्याकुल हो जाती है। मंथरा जाकर के कैकेयी के मन को खराब करती है और कैकेयी को याद दिलाती है कि तुम्हारे पास राजा दशरथ का दिया हुआ वरदान है। उन्होंने तुमको 2 वचन दे रखे हैं, 2 वरदान दे रखे हैं। वो वरदान क्या था? मेरे भाइयों, देवासुर संग्राम में देव और असुरों के बीच में संग्राम चल रहा था। उस संग्राम में महाराजा दशरथ घायल हो गए थे और तब कैकेयी उस युद्ध में मौजूद थी। कैकेयी महाराजा दशरथ का जान बचा करके अयोध्या लाई थी और इसी के एवज में दशरथ जी ने कैकेयी को 2 वरदान दिए थे कि जब चाहे मांग लेना। और जब मंथरा ने याद दिलाया तो कैकेयी ने मांगा, क्या मांगा? कि राम को वनवास और भरत को राज्य। कहते हैं रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई और प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाई। और मैंने उसी दिन कहा, कब हुआ, कहां हुआ, किसके साथ हुआ? एक भी आरोप मेरे ऊपर साबित हो जाएगा तो ब्रिजभूषण सिंह स्वयं फांसी पर लटक जाएंगे, किसी को कहना नहीं पड़ेगा। आज भी मैं उसी बात पर कायम हूं। 4 महीने हो गए, 4 महीने हो गए मुझे फांसी चाहते हैं। सरकार मुझे फांसी नहीं दे रही है तो अपना मेडल लेकर के गंगा में बहाने जा रहे हैं। मुझ पर आरोप लगाने वालों, गंगा में मेडल बहाने से ब्रिजभूषण सिंह को फांसी नहीं मिलेगी। अगर तुम्हारे पास कोई सबूत है तो जाकर के पुलिस को दो, न्यायालय को दो, और न्यायालय मुझे फांसी देगा तो मुझे स्वीकार है, मैं उस फांसी पर चढ़ जाऊंगा। जाता है मंथरा को जाता है जिसने अपने ऊपर अपयश ले लिया, क्योंकि भगवान राम को इतिहास बनाना था। यदि राम अयोध्या के राजा होकर के रह जाते तो राम का कोई इतिहास नहीं होता। और इसीलिए कभी कभी मैं एक कविता पढ़ता हूं और कविता पढ़ता नहीं हूं, इस कविता पर जिया हूं। सच है विपत्त जब आती है, कायर को ही दहलाती है। सूरमा नहीं विचलित होते, पल एक नहीं धीरज होते। संकट का चरण न कहते हैं, जो आ पड़ता सब सहते हैं। मैं इस कविता को पढ़ा हूं और इस कविता पर जिया। इसलिए मैं इन खिलाड़ियों को कोई श्राप नहीं देना चाहता। इन खिलाड़ियों से मेरा कोई बैर भी नहीं है। ये खिलाड़ी हमारे
Federation chief now, who's though stepped aside from the daily working affairs of the Federation, but clearly at this point, with the investigation is on, there's been a lot of political showdown also. Speaking to him about a few hours ago was my colleague Abhishek Mishra. I want to go across to him now. Abhishek, can we read between the lines on what he's stating right now in Ayodhya? Because he is still very defiant about the allegations against him. Abhishek, I'll just come back to you in just a short while. This is Brij Bhushan Charan Singh, who's speaking in Ayodhya right now. And this is, of course, at a time when the sporting heroes were about to emerge their medals yesterday evening in the Ganga River, stopped in time, with now expected at least a few days of more intervention that could possibly come.
कहते हैं रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई और प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाई। और मैंने उसी दिन कहा, कब हुआ, कहां हुआ, किसके साथ हुआ? एक भी आरोप मेरे ऊपर साबित हो जाएगा तो ब्रिजभूषण सिंह स्वयं फांसी पर लटक जाएंगे, किसी को कहना नहीं पड़ेगा। आज भी मैं उसी बात पर कायम हूं। 4 महीने हो गए, 4 महीने हो गए मुझे फांसी चाहते हैं। सरकार मुझे फांसी नहीं दे रही है तो अपना मेडल लेकर के गंगा में बहाने जा रहे हैं। मुझ पर आरोप लगाने वालों, गंगा में मेडल बहाने से बृजभूषण सिंह को फांसी नहीं मिलेगी। अगर तुम्हारे पास कोई सबूत है तो जाकर के पुलिस को दो, न्यायालय को दो, और न्यायालय मुझे फांसी देगा तो मुझे स्वीकार है, मैं उस फांसी पर चढ़ जाऊंगा।
All right, so that is Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, very confident and defiant with regard to the allegations that have been made against him. We'll continue to play out excerpts of what he is saying here in Ayodhya. Abhishek Mishra also continues to be with us, but this is important. Remember, our sources with Delhi police say no direct evidence against him right now that has been found to take him into arrest right away. But here's what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh has said. Hang me if I'm guilty. Punish me if there is evidence against me, because there is none, he says. This confidence that he's reflecting at this point, saying there is no evidence against him, and says hang me if I'm guilty, but that there is no evidence against me. For now, the situation looks better for him, because if Delhi police is not able to have in the next 15 days find some direct evidence that can lead to his arrest, that could possibly mean that he will be on the winning side and the wrestlers may have to take back their protest. Remember, the wrestlers maintain that there is a serious clout of his and there is harassment of young wrestlers. Listen in to what he has said.
और मैंने उसी दिन कहा, कब हुआ, कहाँ हुआ, किसके साथ हुआ, और मैंने एक बात के भी कहा था, अगर एक भी आरोप मेरे ऊपर साबित हो जाएगा तो बृजभूषण सिंह स्वयं फांसी पर लटक जाएंगे, किसी को कहना नहीं होगा।
अगर एक भी एविडेंस प्रूव हो गया, he said, if even one evidence is proven against me, take any action you wish, punish me, hang me if I'm guilty. But for now, with no direct evidence that could lead to his arrest, even with Delhi police possibly available, that is going to be perhaps put him on a more confident side. But the wrestlers say they have enough victims, enough survivors, even minor age girl wrestlers, aspiring wrestlers who have been harassed by him. They are alleging physical, mental torture, but also the serious allegation of sexual harassment against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who's been a BJP member of parliament for several years, has had successive terms. He's also been the federation chief and is a former wrestler himself from the area, from there in Uttar Pradesh. And this has, remember, become a huge issue right now. We're talking about Vinesh Phogat, Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, three of the top wrestlers who had won several international honors, about to immerse their medals that they had won after a lot of hard work into the Ganga river in Haridwar. They were stopped in time. Naresh Tiket, the farm leader, also had joined them and said that let's at least have the next 5 days of some intervention. So they decided at that point not to do it, but the wrestlers say they will continue their protest. They're disappointed. They thought that they'll have all this name and laurels and they'll be able to put forth the concerns of other wrestlers and they will be heard, but they have been left disappointed. While Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh said everything has been followed as a due process, complaint has been filed against me, FIR has been filed, a panel has been formed, what else do they want? Let's listen in again to what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh said about the evidence against him.
थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ता हूँ, थोड़ा बहुत चिंतन करता हूँ, और मैंने उसी दिन कहा, कब हुआ, कहाँ हुआ, किसके साथ हुआ, और मैंने एक बात के भी कहा था, अगर एक भी आरोप मेरे ऊपर साबित हो जाएगा तो बृजभूषण सिंह स्वयं फांसी पर लटक जाएंगे, किसी को कहना नहीं होगा। आज भी मैं उसी बात सरकार मुझे फांसी नहीं दे रही है तो अपना मेडल लेकर के गंगा में बहाने जा रहे हैं। मुझ पर आरोप लगाने वालों, गंगा में मेडल बहाने से ब्रिजभूषण सिंह को फांसी नहीं मिलेगी। अगर तुम्हारे पास कोई सबूत है तो जा करके पुलिस को दो, न्यायालय को दो, और न्यायालय मुझे फांसी देगा तो मुझे स्वीकार है, मैं उस फांसी पर चढ़ जाऊंगा।
फांसी पर चढ़ जाऊंगा अगर मेरे खिलाफ सबूत प्रूव होगा। If there is evidence against me that's proven, I will happily be decided to be hanged as well. That's what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is saying. Is there a reason that he has the confidence that he's displaying right now? Because the wrestlers are also confident that there is enough evidence against him, that there is harassment that he's done, mental, physical, sexual also in nature, specifically targeting young wrestlers. Remember, to an extent that they are willing to immerse their own medals into the Ganga River. They decided not to eventually, but they say they will continue to lead the protest. And they are well-known names in the world wrestling fraternity. But so is Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh with a strong clout. He's been a successive member of parliament of the BJP. He's also been a federation chief for several years. So there are a lot of attacks and counterclaims that are coming in from both sides. That is it just about the charges or much more, or is it some clout politically that he's managed to hold on to his position? So of course it's a big issue, remember, right now. But as it continues, we'll try and get you more details, because eventually it will be about the next 15 days. When the Delhi police, which has undertaken an investigation right now after the complaint was turned into a first information report, an FIR, with charges against him, all smiles right now. Look at Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh in Ayodhya, smiling, confident, defiant, and continues to speak and address the audience. While the Delhi police sources have told our colleagues that there is no direct evidence yet against him to be arrested right away, because the wrestlers want his arrest. They are not convinced with the investigation panel. Let's dip into what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is doing. Right, so holding a gada in his hand, which often, remember, is reflective of not just Lord Hanuman, but also wrestlers who pray to Lord Hanuman. He has been a wrestler himself as well, is the federation chief who stepped aside for a while, but still smiling, confident, and is addressing an audience. I want to go across to Arvind Oja. Arvind, because all eyes will be if Delhi police can manage evidence. एविडेंस का क्या मतलब होता है इस केस में, क्योंकि कंप्लेंट कुछ पुरानी है, क्या विटनेसेस से बात करी गई है, क्या विक्टिम से बात करी गई है, और क्यों ये पुलिस का कहना है कि इस वक्त इतना डायरेक्ट एविडेंस नहीं है कि हम अरेस्ट कर लेंगे ब्रिज भूषण शरण सिंह को?
नहीं, देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं ये बता दूं कि इंडिया टुडे को दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेस ने बताया है कि अभी भी उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो इस केस में जारी है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, लगातार सवाल उठ रहे थे ब्रिज भूषण शरण सिंह की गिरफ्तारी को लेकर कि क्यों गिरफ्तारी नहीं हो रही है, तो वो क्लियर किया है दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप ऑफिशियल ने कि अभी तक इस तरह का कोई बहुत सॉलिड एविडेंस नहीं मिला है ब्रिज भूषण के खिलाफ कि वो उसे तुरंत गिरफ्तार कर सके। नंबर 3, इस मामले में कई लोगों के स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड हो चुके हैं। जो विक्टिम है उसके स्टेटमेंट 164 में रिकॉर्ड हुए हैं मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने, जो पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है। नंबर 3, पुलिस ने यह बताया है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है कि किसी भी केस में अगर 7 साल तक की सजा होती है तो जरूरी नहीं है कि अक्यूज को तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए या अरेस्ट किया जाए, लेकिन अभी भी दिल्ली पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस पूरे केस में चल रही है। नंबर जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि नेक्स्ट 15 डेज में, अगले 15 दिन में दिल्ली पुलिस कोर्ट में एक रिपोर्ट दाखिल करेगी इस पूरे केस को लेकर। अब यह देखना होगा क्या वो चार्जशीट के फॉर्म में होती है रिपोर्ट या फिर फाइनल रिपोर्ट होती है। चार्जशीट क्या होती है? चार्जशीट में अगर किसी अक्यूज के खिलाफ किसी केस में एविडेंस मिलता है तो वो पुलिस चार्जशीट के फॉर्म में कोर्ट में फाइल करती है। अगर एविडेंस नहीं मिलते हैं तो फाइनल रिपोर्ट फाइल की जाती है, जिसे शॉर्ट फॉर्म में एफआर भी कहते हैं। लेकिन अभी 15 दिन बचे हैं पुलिस के पास, देखना होगा कि किस तरह के एविडेंस मिलते हैं, किस तरह के सबूत मिलते हैं, उसके आधार पर ही पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को आगे बढ़ाएगी। पूजा, ये बात यहाँ पर समझनी होगी कि जो विक्टिम्स हैं उन्होंने जो एलिगेशन लगाए हैं, जो इंसिडेंट का डेट है वो 1 साल 1.5 साल पुराना है, तो ऐसे में पुलिस के सामने जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होगा वो एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना।
एविडेंस लाना भी आसान नहीं होता है अगर 1 साल पुरानी कंप्लेंट है जी। That's also understandable, but it's going to be the crucial 15 days. Can the Delhi police manage to get some evidence just in time? If there is, that to file a charge sheet against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Otherwise, there's going to be a final report, but investigation is on. 15 days will be very crucial. Thank you so much for now. Arvind Ojha gets us that big news coming in from his sources in the Delhi police. Now, remember that Ganga medal Visarjan by the sporting heroes may have been called off, but the government sources have also now reacted. 10 counter-strike measures have been given against the wrestlers now by the centre about all that the government has done already, is doing, and why the wrestlers need to now not push it. This is what we have the report in. Take a look.
Flowing tears, a volatile crowd, and a wave of anger. Armed with their pride and joy, they threatened to fling their medals into River Ganga. But when there was no reaction from the government, it was farmer leader Naresh Tiketh who had to step in to stop the champs, convincing them to issue a 5-day ultimatum to the government. On the face of it, the government says it's following all due process in the case, despite no arrest of the WFI chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, even though he has stepped aside from daily workings of the federation. But a quiet counter-strike to rebut the wrestlers on facts could be afoot. For starters, top government sources insist that the most glaring hole in the allegations is that the wrestlers did not register a complaint earlier, even though the alleged incidents took place 7 years ago. Sources then point out that as soon as the champs started their protest in January this year, 2 days of extensive discussions were held between sports ministry officials to understand the issue. An oversight committee was formed with members suggested by the wrestlers added to the committee. Sources then point out that the oversight committee heard every complainant and everything that was deposed was video recorded, with all material collected then handed over to the Delhi police for further investigation, including Brij Bhushan's own deposition. Since then, the Delhi police has registered 2 cases against Brij Bhushan Sharan, with due process since being followed. Sources point out that the government is viewing the situation as the wrestlers being emboldened by an amenable administration and pushing for more demands. The same sources point out that the wrestlers were allowed to protest in a prohibited area for 38 days with all amenities, even after an FIR was filed. No action was taken during their candlelight march either. The first action by the police, the sources point out, took place when the wrestlers deliberately tried to breach security at the new parliament on Sunday, an area that was under section 144, a wanton breaking of the law. While each aspect of the protest appears to be stage managed by someone familiar with virality and emotional effect, the view within the government is a firm one, that the wrestlers may have won laurels for the nation, but must follow the law like all other citizens. No one is above the law. For instance, Olympic wrestler Sushil Kumar is in prison for murder. His feats and the national pride he instilled could not save him from the law. Finally, government insiders point out that the threat to throw medals into the Ganga is an act of extreme insensitivity, entitlement and arrogance, since the medals don't belong to the athletes alone, but also their support staff, coaches, trainers and multiple others, not to mention the fact that much of their training has been at taxpayers' expense. With the 5-day countdown ticking, will there be a break in this impasse, or will things escalate more towards a fast unto death at Delhi's India Gate? Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a developing story and India Today is on top of it, and we'll try and get you as latest as possible on this big development. I'm heading into a very short break. Let's bring you some details about upcoming India Today South Conclave's 5th edition. It's a 2-day mega summit in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, saluting the powerhouse of India, analysing the present and future. Details about who the big newsmakers are going to be a part of this summit after a very short break. Stay tuned.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Since 2017, the India Today group has been bringing you the India Today Conclave South. This year also the 2-day conclave takes place on 1st and 2nd of June in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. So here's a look now at all the showstoppers of the 2-day conclave coming up this Thursday and Friday. Stay tuned for that. India Today Conclave South's 5th edition once again salutes the power and reveres the potential of the 6 southern states of India. Power-packed with politicians, industrialists and a wide range of entertainers, musicians, dancers and painters. India Today Conclave South is being held for the first time in the capital of the southernmost state, God's own country. At Thiruvananthapuram on 1st and 2nd June, the event will celebrate the economic resurgence, artistic heritage and civic evangelism of the South, making it a must-attend event in the power calendar of the 6 states, including Puducherry. India Today Conclave South 2023 opens with an address by the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan on the Kerala Way. Its uniqueness, its aspirations now that he has declared it as the first totally e-governed state. Former Union Finance Minister P. Chidambaram is to do a stock taking on the changing trends, issues and challenges in the polity.
They are governments which were stolen from the Congress party with the help of the governors. Tell me.
In the wake of the controversial film The Kerala Story, the All India Majlis-e-Ittehadul Muslimin chief Asaduddin Owaisi assesses whether or not communal polarization is a growing threat and how it impacts the Muslim identity. Ram Madhav, a member of the Board of Governors India Foundation, speaks about leveraging the Indian Ocean. From Tinseltown, veteran actor turned politician Kamal Hassan speaks on his never say die approach.
There is a reason why.
Rana Daggubati on how to break boundaries of language and geography to evolve as a pan-India star. And Sobita Dulipala, revealing the lessons learned from many languages and formats to be recognized as a bright star. On the expanding business environment, India's G20 Sherpa and former CEO Niti Aayog presents the prospects on the role of the southern state in the Make in India endeavor. Infosys co-founder Chris Gopalakrishnan analyzing the success and challenges of India's startup ecosystem. And India's space quest in the context of the new space policy 2023 and growing the space economy is to be unveiled by ISRO chairperson S. Somanath. This and more power-packed conversations and brainstorming sessions to reign in Kerala between 1st and 2nd June, so do not miss this 5th edition of India Today Conclave South.
Summer has arrived earlier than expected. But are you prepared to handle your skin and hair with utmost care that it demands during this season? Clearly, care in summers for skin and hair is very different from care in winters. The transition period is most important to begin with.
You have to change sometimes your skin routine maybe within 2-3 days. So what you do is don't over moisturize your skin. Sometimes over moisturization with the creamy and thick layer can actually give you a lot of acne. And your sunscreen needs also to be changed because you don't need to wear a sunscreen which is very thick now, because too thick a sunscreen can also cause several damage to your skin. So use a sunscreen which is right for your skin type. Now many of you can have a dry skin or oily skin or mixed type of skin. So choose a sunscreen right, research about your skin and go to a dermatologist.
First, let's talk about the mistakes that people tend to make. We often neglect our hair. Since we can't apply sunscreen to our hair, it's essential to cover the hair as much as possible to prevent direct contact with the scalp and keep harmful UV rays away. Relaxing in a pool during the scorching heat definitely sounds too tempting to resist. But don't overdo your pool time, as the chlorine water in the pool can damage your hair and skin.
Hello, welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel, and like always, I'm back with the best from the world of showbiz. First up, Priyanka Chopra, who's known for being unapologetically herself, has made revelations during a lie detector test on a show with refreshing candidness. She made another bold statement about working in Bollywood films, admitted to checking herself out on any reflective surface, including a spoon, and even answered questions about snoring, which she does, and made a choice between Harry Styles and the Jonas Brothers. Listen in. Priyanka Chopra is known for not mincing her words, and lately the actor has been dropping some major truth bombs.